Well, like we were just talking about there, a big matchup between Aaron Miles and Troy Percival. These two managers have history. The 2025 Pioneer League Championship between the Oakland Ballers and the Idaho Falls Chuckers, where the reigning manager for the Long Beach Coast, who heads out to meet said other manager, Aaron Miles, will face off for the first time here at Long Beach. I'm Joey Miller, Jesse Cook alongside me. Last year, it was a 73-win season for these Oakland Ballers, who are actually now 4 games under 500 heading into the last game of June here. Last year, the Chuckers were statistically one of the best offenses in the Pioneer League's modern era history. I think they're making a run for it this year with a lot of those Chuckers coming into this 2026 roster, facing off against another great offensive team like the Oakland Ballers in 2026. But the Ballers have been struggling lately. Right now, they did lose one to the Yuba Sutter Freebirds. They won their past 2. They're heading into Long Beach for the first time, and it's going to be a different look, Jesse.
Absolutely. We're well used to seeing Oakland be a strong team. We talked about it earlier in this Beach Bowl pregame report about their power. But this has been a rough trend for them in the first half. Still, with the second half around the corner, we know that a lot of teams will be looking for that turnaround piece. And if you are listening to the game on our YouTube stream, we want to welcome you. Our Beach Ball pregame report carrying on from its full segment on the Home Team Network. But thank you for tuning in to our first ever free broadcast on YouTube, audio only there. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. We are very happy to be talking to you, especially after being out of the office for 9 days while the team was on the road out in Yuba Sutter and Modesto, winning 4 of 6 on the week total, 2 of 3 against each team. Well, Joey, we've got beautiful weather, blue skies. It's 71 degrees here in Long Beach. A little bit of wind peeking out towards first base from left field, and a Coast team that is still in the top 2. We described the Pioneer League playoff scenario earlier, now going up against an Oakland team with a magic number of 7 to clinch. That's dependent on a bunch of teams who are vying for third place at the moment. Glacier Range Rider is the top of that crew, but also Modesto, Ogden, and Boise very much within reach. The Coast are 6 games ahead of the Glacier Range Riders, 7 ahead of Modesto and Ogden, and then 8 ahead of the Boise Hawks. So by the end of maybe even this week, the Coast could have their playoff position in the inaugural season locked up.
Yeah, but unfortunately it cannot happen here, at least in this 3-game homestand with the magic number being 7. Unfortunately, the Red Pocket Mobiles, they've been on a bit of a losing skid. Glacier Range Riders needing to lose on Sunday. It's okay. We can do it ourselves if they just keep following that trend that they've been following, winning 2 out of every 3. That's the goal. The past 8 series, the Long Beach Coast have taken. The last time they lost a series, like we mentioned in this pregame show, was the Ballers. These are not guys to shake a stick at, or maybe shake a stick in the right direction and try and hit something out. But 6-3 is the record the Long Beach Coast have on top of the Oakland Ballers. It's a bit of a different ballpark here for both teams, who are both great offensive, home run hitting teams. Raimondi gives up a lot of balls. It is a lot more windy up in Northern California. There's a little wind to speak of going from right to left field, but nothing too serious as the Coast take the field right now. But for the Oakland Ballers, they have 79 home runs on the season. That's the second most in the Pioneer League. The Coast right behind them at 73. However, Oakland has given up the most amount of home runs, 95 home runs. I'm not expecting to see too many home runs in this series, but famous last words. We'll see how these pitchers can hold off each other, with Nathan Hemmerling taking the mound right now.
That's right. Nathan Hemmerling starting against Aiden Rissy. We just heard the magic words down on the field. Play ball. The Long Beach Coast back at home for a 3-game setup against the Oakland Ballers, starting here on Tuesday night, the last day in June. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller, wrapping up our beach ball pregame report and heading into the action. Nathan Hemmerling, the right-hander, starting for the Coast. He's opposite a fellow righty and Aiden Rissy for the visiting Oakland Ballers. Hemmerling walking into this game needing a rebound. He allowed 7 runs across just 3 2/3 innings against Yuba Sutter a week ago. That was in a win for the Coast in the knockout round. Jacob Jablonski in the placeholder for extra innings for the Coast in the second round, winning the first ever knockout round, earning the first ever knockout round victory for Long Beach. That's the post-game home run derby that occurs instead of extra innings if there is a tie. Leading off for Oakland, it's Tremaine Cobb, the shortstop, another righty. He's followed by Isai Santos, the center fielder, and Noah Blythe, the right fielder. Jader Ibarra at first, Nick Leahy at second. Paul Winland, a familiar name, batting 6th. He's the DH. First pitch on the way out of the windup for a strike down the middle at 6:33 p.m. Pacific time. After Winland, it's Cam Buford in left. Brendan O'Sullivan, the third baseman. Connor Smith behind the dish. Out of the windup, another swing and a miss. It's an 0-2 count for Cobb. Nathan Hemmerling humming early. He walks in with a 5.04 earned run average and a 2-0 record. Next pitch, he swings and taps that one to the backstop. 0-2 count here for Cobb. Hemmerling kicks up high. Misses inside and low on the breaking ball. Rather, the fastball at 89 miles per hour. Cobb second on the roster in batting average. Next pitch, he swings, nubs that to short. Anthony Motto waiting, shuffles on to first. Got him. 5 pitches, 1 out to start things off in the home half, in the road half of the first inning. Tremaine Cobb, by the way, that batting average entering this game, 338. Isai Santos coming up here, batting just 6 ticks below 300 at 294. He's the first lefty Hemmerling faces. Black glove at his eyes, twists on in. First pitch heater for a strike on the outer half, 0-1 count. The Cal Baptist product, Hemmerling, again raises that glove up high and turns on in. Misses low and inside on the curve. Hemmerling joined by a fellow CBU Lancer, Liam Rocha. Made his debut on Friday. New member of the bullpen for the Coast. Next pitch, a swing and a miss. 3 new faces that the home fans haven't seen. Rocha, Matthew O'Brien, and someone whose last name sounds very familiar, Cole Percival, son of manager Troy Percival. 1-2. He swings and cuts that one to the right side and out of play. Santos bends back in wearing a black shin guard on his front foot. Berkeley native. Out of the windup. He chases downstairs and away. Nathan Hemmerling has his first strikeout.
It looked like that slider there that had a little bit of outside movement on his arm side, moving away from the lefty. Fantastic pitch there to kind of cut at the last second.
That brings up Noah Blythe. Santa Clarita product, batting on the right side. Out of the windup, first pitch, a fastball shanked into the lefty box. It's a 1-0 count. Blythe, 6'1", 210 pounds, went to college at UNLV. Out of the windup, he swings, rips that one into shallow center field. Corona chasing in, and that falls in front of him. Blythe is aboard with a shallow single. 1 on, 2 away, top of the first inning. No score yet between the Coast and the Ballers. Jeter Ibarra getting a turn here. Last year, played in the Frontier League with the Brockton Rocks after finishing up college season at University of Michigan. First pitch to the lefty. He watches one high and outside. It's a 1-0 count. The San Jose native bends in here with a .313 batting average. Hemmerling out of the stretch. He swings, tears that one deep left center field. Pelk in pursuit. That lands on the warning track. Green light at third for Blythe. He's coming home. Relay to short. Mata has it. Rockets onto the plate, but offline and late. 1-0 Oakland on the 2-out RBI double from Jeter Ibarra. Well, what looked like a breezy inning for Nathan Hemmerling gets spoiled on a shallow single and pushed to a deficit here with Ibarra's double.
Yeah, he's in absolute danger in this lineup, and it's a good thing Hemmerling got past him. He's still got 2 outs. He can still escape with minimal damage here.
It's up to Nick Leahy now. First pitch to the righty. There's a heater that misses downstairs. It's a 1-0 count. By the way, when the opponent scores first against the Coast here at Blair Field, Long Beach is 5-0, but 8-4 as a whole on the season, including those pesky road games. He whips home another fastball for a strike. That makes it a 1-1 count as that one hits low and away. Populated Tuesday night. I'm struggling to find empty seats here at Blair Field. He turns home, and that one's popped foul to the right side and onto the street. I believe that's Park Avenue over there. Leahy from Newbury Park went to UC Davis. Debuted at the beginning of this month, right on June 1st. Hemmerling whirls, popped foul again. That one might crack a few windshields driving by. Leahy at college, when he went to the University of the Pacific, turned into very much a leadoff hitter, but last season with the Ballers started to turn back later in the order. Next pitch downstairs, 2-2 count. Correction, at UC Davis. He trained as a leadoff hitter. That June 1st debut last season with the Ballers, too. Second year out in Oakland. 2-2 pitch. Floats downstairs and away. Hemmerling has worked himself into his first full count. Oakland batters haven't let it get as far as even 2 balls yet. Now he's up to 3. Runner on second, 2 away, top of the first, 1-0 Oakland. Hemmerling kicks up high, swing and a miss. His second strikeout of the first inning ends it. But Jeter Ibarra scratches through with a double, scoring Noah Blythe from first to make it 1-0 Bees. Moving on to the bottom of the first, it's Eddie Pelk, Emilio Corona, and Cooper Vest for the hometown crew here with Coast Baseball and the Home Team Network. Bottom of the first inning, coming back at you from Blair Field in Long Beach, California. 1-0 the Oakland Ballers lead. They take the field after a Gita Ibarra double. Aiden Rissy, the right-hander, works home to lefty Eddie Pelk. First one on the way. Fastball right down the middle for a strike. Pelk followed by Emilio Corona and Cooper Vest. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. Rissy winds up and fires. Swinging a tapper out towards second. Leahy waits on it, shuffles to first for the out. Eddie Pelk trying to extend his season-long on-base streak from 36 up to 37, but he grounds out to begin the game. Emilio Corona gets a try here.
And Corona having a fantastic week. I called him one of the 5 key players last week. 12 hits, 5 extra base hits with a couple of home runs. Now he leads the team with 11.
He stands in on the right side. Infield shifted towards third. First pitch, he checks his swing on a slider. Misses low and away. 1-0 count. To complement those 11 home runs, Joey, Corona batting up at .306 now. He's appeared in every game this season. Next pitch, fastball downstairs. 2-0 count. He has started in 33, but he's appeared in all 36. Rissy kicks up high. Swung on, belted towards third, caught on the fly by O'Sullivan, fires on to first and gets him. Very quickly, 2 away for Aiden Rissy. Now he gets to work against Cooper Vest. Rissy, who is facing Long Beach for the 3rd time this season, has earned the loss in both appearances against the Coast. First one was on May 26th. Went 5 innings, allowed 3 earned runs, 7 hits, struck out 4. Next time on June 18th, went 4 1/3, allowing 8 runs on 11 hits. He winds home, a fastball missing up high to the lefty Vest.
And that May 26th game was the start of that 12-game streak for the Long Beach Coast that they brought into their initial homestand.
Rissy drops the tan glove to his chest and whirls. Breaking ball for a strike at the belt. Vest had an excellent end to last week out in Modesto, going 5 for 12. The BYU product recorded 3 RBIs as well. Out of the windup. Checks his swing at a breaking ball by the hands. 2-1 count. Rissy, a San Diego native, the 24-year-old standing all the way up at 6'3". Pitching from the first base side of the rubber. Here he goes. Vest swings. Tags that one deep. Left center field. Santos on the run. That's by him, rolling to the wall. Vest burning around first. He's got steam. Moving for third. Relay to the infield. Here he goes. Throw to the bag. He dives, and he's in. Cooper Vest breaking out the wheels for his first triple of the season.
And that's just a part of the game for the Long Beach Coast that has not been explored at this ballpark as much as it maybe should have, with that big triples alley in left center. Cooper Vest unhooking the trailer. Now just 90 feet away from tying this game.
That is the 9th triple hit by the Coast this season. Matthew Bardowell tripping up to the plate here. Runner on third, 2 away, down a run, bottom of the first. First pitch, he swings and pops it foul. Right side, hanging over towards the Troy Tulowitzki batting cage, and it's out of play. 0-1 count for Bardowell. He enters batting .344. Bardowell boasting 19 extra base hits this season. 10 of them doubles, 7 of them home runs. He does have 2 triples to his name. Rissy's next pitch misses low and outside at 91 miles per hour on the fastball.
And, you know, you typically look at a tall, beefy, 6'4" right fielder. You don't immediately think speed, but he can surprise you.
Oh, yeah, he's got some wheels. Highlight kick. He cuts, bounces that one to short. Cobb waiting on it. He sidearms to first, and that's in time. Vest triples, but the Coast strand him there. We move on to the second inning. 1-0 Oakland with 6, 7, and 8 due up in old friend, former Coast member Paul Winland leading off, followed by Cam Buford and Brendan O'Sullivan here with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Back at it at Blair Field with an 0-1 count to Paul Winland to lead off the top of the second inning. Jesse Cook with you next to Joey Miller. 1-0 Oakland as we take you back to the friendly confines. First home game for the Coast after a 9-day hiatus. Nathan Hemmerling's next pitch forces a swing and miss to Winland. Goes chasing downstairs there. Paul Winland is the first former member of the Long Beach Coast to revisit this ballpark. Coast starting the year with Winland as a utility player. He fouls off the next pitch. Keeps the count at 0-2.
And Winland is a fantastic hitter. He started off blazing hot those first 2 weeks. But right now, at this point in the season, I guess he just didn't find a spot in this heavy offensive artillery.
Next pitch, a fastball that misses downstairs. It's a 1-2 count.
Which is a shame because he's a great guy. We had plenty of conversations with him. I did not get a chance to talk with him before the game. Hopefully I can do that tomorrow.
1-2. Hemmerling out of the windup. Winland swings and pelts that one foul down the right field line. Keeps himself alive. Winland marked 5 home runs for Long Beach, all in that first 2-week span in May, but nothing after that. Georgia Gwinnett product, a native to South Carolina.
And he's had quite the start with Oakland as well.
First pitch to Winland here. Next pitch to Winland. He bounces that one to second. Jablonski waiting for it. Throws on to first for the out. One away. Lead off the top of the second inning. Cam Buford making his way to home plate. The righty batting .282 so far on the season with 6 home runs. Buford out of Chicago, Illinois, went to Grambling State. High leg kick. Watches the breaking ball, miss low and away. It's a 1-0 count. Buford last year, actually beginning this year in the American Association with the Sioux City Explorers, watches another pitch, a breaking ball for a strike on the outer half. It's his second year in Oakland. That's where he played for his first pro ball last year. Next pitch. Fastball misses high and away, 2-1 count. But he began this season out in Iowa, making his way back to Oakland. The 2-1. A fastball for a strike at the knees. One away, bases empty, 1-0 Oakland, top of the second inning. Hemmerling winds up and deals. Swing and a miss. His third strikeout. He retires Buford up by his shoulders. Now it's time for Brendan O'Sullivan. His batting average has suffered in the few games he's played with Oakland. This is his 9th time playing for the Ballers, 3rd time in the starting lineup. He's only worked through 11 at-bats, recording 1 hit in that time span. Righty-righty affair. First pitch fastball misses low and away. 1-0 count. O'Sullivan from Pleasanton here in California. He's 23 years old.
Oh, I know somebody from the Pioneer League that's from Pleasanton, now in the minors.
Next pitch fastball misses by the ankles.
I believe Nathan Shin is from there. Former Jackalope turned Frontier Leaguer, now in the Palm Beach Cardinals system.
2-0, fouled off to the right side. Nathan Shin, one of a few Pioneer Leaguers to get the Major League call, such as former coaster Julian Hernandez in the Diamondback system. 2-1 pitch misses up high by the hands. It's a 3-1 count.
Yeah, he got his minor league debut, did quite a fantastic job on the back end of a game against the Ontario Tower Buzzers.
3-1, lifted to right field, medium distance. Matthew Bardowell underneath, making the catch. The Ballers go down 1-2-3 in the second inning. It's still a 1-0 Oakland lead as we move on to the bottom half of this frame. Cuba Best, Jacob Jablonski, and Anthony Mata due up for Long Beach with Coast Baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Hey again from Blair Field. It's a 1-0 lead for the visiting crew. The Oakland Ballers currently in the field ahead, but the Long Beach Coast coming up to bat in the bottom of the second inning with Cuba Best, Jacob Jablonski, and Anthony Mata. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the home squad. Best leading off on the left side against the right-hander, Aiden Rissy. The 6'3 San Diego native on the mound winds up and delivers. Fastball misses high and inside to Best. 1-0 count. He has been a force to be reckoned with this season, Best, batting .343. That includes 10 home runs in just the first 36 games. The 1-0, he swings and misses at the fastball high and away. 1-1 count. Home plate umpire and crew chief Brandon Hastings standing up and making the signal after that. Ryan Blaberg at first and Bud Dunklin, the third base umpire. Out of the windup, Best swings and tags this one to deep center field. Santos tracking back, and it hangs up for him on the warning track. Oh, Cuba Best put a charge into that one, heading 370 feet, but not far enough to the 393-foot wall in center.
You know, with the wind at Raimondi Park, that might have done something, but unfortunately, Blair Field does not give that.
Yeah, Raimondi Park, home of the Ballers, definitely a hitter's ballpark. Oakland hitting the highest number of home runs in the league and allowing the highest number of home runs in the league. Here's Jacob Jablonski, the switch hitter, batting as a lefty. First pitch, a swing and a miss. 0-1 count. Joey, you chatted with Jacob during our beach ball pregame report. And first of all, I like that he complimented us.
Yes, he was very complimentary the entire time, and just a great person to talk to in the clubhouse.
0-1. He swings and misses over the curveball by his ankles. but he also had a bang-up end to last week and really road week as a whole, and that was a change for him. He had struggled at home a little bit.
Yeah, well, no, he's kind of struggled on the back end of that road trip, but he started it off swinging with that big game that he had a week ago today with Hemmerling on the mound.
The 0-2, fastball misses high and outside. It's a 1-2 count. Jablonski also ending last week, sure, 3 for 13, but with 3 RBIs and a home run against the Modesto Roadsters.
3 of his now 8 on the past week.
1-2. Breaker by the ankles. It's a 2-2 count. Base is empty, 1 away. Bottom 2, 1-0 Oakland. Rissy kicks up high. Misses high and away on the curveball there. It's a full count. And you also talked to Jablonski about something that ties these two teams together with a lot of former Idaho Falls Chuckers, including Jablonski and manager Troy Percival. They lost to this Oakland team in the Pioneer League Championship last year.
They got swept after getting up 2-0.
Full count pitch fouled to the top of the back netting.
And it's just unfortunate because it's such a drastic change when you go from a mountainous region like Idaho Falls, Idaho, and then you come to Oakland for 3 games. The ball doesn't fly as much, and that was really what the Chuckers relied on last year.
Even at Raimondi Park, a hitter's field. 3-2 again. He swings. Lifts that one shallow left field down the line where it falls for a hit. Jablonski takes the big curve around first. He's going for 2. Throw to the bag is much too late, and it's a 1-out double for Jabs. Jabs jabbing it the opposite way there. Both of Long Beach's hits so far are for extra bases. The Cooper Vest triple, also a lefty hitting to the opposite field in the first inning, and now here in the second is Jacob Jablonski. Now Anthony Mata trots up on the right side of the plate. Jablonski the runner on second with 1 away. Bottom of the second inning, 1-0 Oakland on the Jeter Ibarra first inning double that scored Noah Blythe. Mata went just 1 for 9 in Modesto, striking out twice, but he did walk 4 times. The Spring Valley native at the back of the righty box. First pitch. Slider sweeps in for a strike at the knees. 0-1 count.
Yeah, last week as well. He had 8 hits on the week, but 3 of them were doubles. He's now got 11 on the season, just behind Jacob Jablonski, just after that double.
Next pitch. He swings, breaks his bat, poking that one to second. Leahy has it, throws to first for the out, but Jablonski moves over to third. Still a 1-0 Oakland ball game, but the Coast have the tying run 90 feet from home with 2 away in the bottom of the second inning for Johnny Pappas. The LBC catcher walks in batting just .222, but that is very much in large part due to a rocky start. He thought he had retired, then an opening at catcher was made apparent with Thomas McCaffrey's injury. Troy Percival called upon him, and it was rough at the beginning. First pitch to the righty is a fastball at the belt for strike 1. Pappas against Modesto appeared in just 2 games, but he ended up going 2 for 5 in that time. Rissy stands up and deals. He swings, knocks that one to first, but fielding it Ibarra, he runs over to the bag. And in 2 innings in this game, the Coast have stranded a runner on third. We move on to the top of the third inning with your Cook quiz right around the corner. 9-1-2 due up for Oakland, and Connor Smith, Tremaine Cobb, and Isai Santos with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Rolling back to it here at Blair Field for the top of the third inning. 1-0, the Oakland Ballers lead, and the hometown coaster in the field. Nathan Hemmerling pitching to the only batter he hasn't seen yet, the 9-hitter Connor Smith. Righty-righty affair, first pitch, a curveball with some 12-6 action that misses low and inside. We haven't seen Hemmerling throw anything with drop like that yet this season. He winds and fires. There's a fastball swung on and belted to shallow center field. Corona chasing in, and that falls in front of him. Connor Smith pushing himself aboard with a leadoff knock. That brings up the top of the order and Tremaine Cobb for Oakland. Cobb grounded out to short to lead things off. It wasn't the 1 and 2 guys who made anything happen for Oakland. Cobb grounding out and Cy Santos on deck striking out. It was the guys after that. Noah Blythe singled on a similar play before Jeter Ibarra slapped a double that scored him for the game's only run so far. Hemmerling whips home, misses low and outside. We're also playing the Cook quiz here in the third inning. We'll get the answer in the bottom half of the frame, but we're wondering who is the only person to win AL or NL Manager of the Year who only played in one Major League game. Next pitch, misses low and inside. It's a 2-0 count. Manager of the Year for the American League or National League who, as a player, only appeared in one MLB game. 2-0. Hemmerling low leg kick. Swinging a high chopper to third. Patrick Roche has it. Sidearms to second for one. The turn to first. You bet! 5-4-3. Twin killing to start off the third inning. Still 1-0 Oakland. Patrick Roche catching that one up high. A slow popping ground ball. And he still rocketed it to second where Jacob Jablonski swiftly turned on to first.
Really good communication there and just good synergy of this infield to get that around the horn in time.
First pitch to the lefty, Cy Santos, and that's downstairs for ball one.
And I'll tell you why that's even more impressive. To get Tremaine Cobb, the trail runner, one of the leaders in stolen bases in the Pioneer League, he's charging it up the line.
Next pitch popped up behind shortstop. Out to left field, Eddie Pelk waiting on it straight away, and he makes the catch. An unconventional three-batter inning. Oakland grinding into a double play, and Santos flying out to left. We move on to the bottom of the third. We'll get the answer to the Cook quiz with the 9-1-2 segment in the home order. And Patrick Roche, Eddie Pelk, and Emilio Corona when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the third inning on the way here at Blair Field in Long Beach, California. It's a 1-0 lead for the visiting crew, the Oakland Ballers, who are in the field. Leading off against the right-hander Aiden Rissy is Patrick Roche, followed by the top of the order and Eddie Pelk and Emilio Corona. Jesse Cook with you on the mic, Joey Miller to my right. Patrick Roche showed off his web work in the last half inning, grabbing a high chopper ground ball and turning that into a rapid double play. He bends in on the right side. Roche went 4 for 12 last week against Modesto. First pitch in the righty-righty affair, a fastball that dances too far downstairs, even for Catcher Connor Smith as that one rolls all the way to the backstop. We are playing the Cook Quiz here in the bottom of the third inning. We're wondering which AL or NL Manager of the Year as a player appeared in only one Major League game. Out of the windup, Roche watches the fastball for a strike.
Now, well, I may not know the answer immediately. I'm pretty sure I know why you bring this question up for this particular series.
Okay, 1-1 pitch. Fastball downstairs. It's a 2-1 count. Why do you think I'm bringing this up?
Well, Aaron Miles is the reigning Pioneer League Manager of the Year, for one.
That is one of the reasons that I am bringing this up today.
And he did play, I guess, in more than one game in the Major League level, at the Major League level.
2-1. Roche swings and pops it over the back netting. It's a 2-2 count. I will give you a hint. We'll talk about this more later on in the game, I'm sure, but maybe we can get to the answer a little sooner than normal. Because there is a cool story associated with this person and his lone appearance as a player. 2-2. Breaking ball misses low and away. Full count. And one of the hints that I will give you is that this person was a batter in his Major League career. I believe a catcher, although Baseball Reference has him officially listed as pinch hitter. 3-2. Swinging a pop fly, shallow right field. Rolling in Noah Blythe. The right fielder makes the catch. And I can even tell you that this person won Manager of the Year within the last 15 years. He did not go on to win the World Series, although the team with whom he won the World Series has won it in the 2020s. He was no longer a member of that organization, though. He is elsewhere in Major League Baseball. First pitch to Eddie Pelk, a breaking ball that misses above the belt to the left-handed left fielder. 1-0 count. Next pitch. Misses inside and high. 2-0 count. Joey, what managers of the year can you think of from the past 15 seasons?
I'm trying to think of managers first that have had a Major League career but not a lengthy one.
2-0. Swinging a chopper to first. Gloved by Ibarri. Stumbles. Throws to Rissy covering the bag. And now there are two away. So I guess we got to get to the answer. This always happens during a trivia inning. They always speed it up.
Well, the name that's coming to mind, he might have played more than one game at the Major League level, is Chip Hale. I don't even know if he won a Manager of the Year with the Diamondbacks. I know he's pretty solid in those Paul Goldschmidt years, those early Paul Goldschmidt years. I don't think anything warranted a Manager of the Year. That's just the first name that's coming to mind, though. Jim Tracy, potentially. I guess he was with the Dodgers as a manager.
Here's Emilio Corona batting on the right side. First pitch, he watches it dance up high. Do you have an official guess?
Not anything that I can come up with right off the top of my head.
So the answer is Jeff Bannister. 1-0. Corona swings and fouls it behind the backstop. 1-1 count. And I bring that up because he is now the bench coach with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who picked up our friend Julian Hernandez. But the story associated with his lone appearance in the major leagues not only puts him in a rare club of finishing your major league career with one hit and one at-bat, but it comes after a lengthy battle. Corona in a battle here, fouling that one to the backstop. So when he was in high school, Bannister was diagnosed with bone cancer and told that they were probably going to have to amputate his legs. And he survived that. He was told then, after a spinal injury playing baseball in college, that he might never walk again. 1-2 misses up high. Then, after all that, he rebounds. A couple injuries happen for the Pirates that allow him to play in a game against the Mets. And he legs out an infield hit after being told that he wouldn't be able to use those things. Corona drops down to a knee, chasing the curveball by his ankles. So the Coast fall 1-2-3 in the bottom of the third. We move on to the middle frames. Joey Miller on the mic. 1-0 Ballers when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network.
Into the middle three we go. Game 1 of 3 against the Oakland Ballers for the first time here in Long Beach. These two teams colliding. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook, Nathan Hemmerling back on the mound for Noah Blythe. Kicks things off and sees a strike. To start off this top of the 4th inning, Noah Blythe getting a single his first time against Hemmerling. Came around to score the lone run of the game. It's 1-0 Ballers. This one knuckled off the handle of the bat to the right side. Cooper Vest picks it up, flips it on to Nathan Hemmerling. And there's out number 1. Nice little PFP action. Brings us to Jeter Ibarra, the most dangerous hitter for the Oakland Ballers. An RBI double his last time up. He scored Noah Blythe. But he's dangerous for a variety of other reasons. That double that he had was his 28th on the season. He came in to this game the 3rd in the Pioneer League in extra base hits. And he has done damage against Long Beach Coast when they were at Raimondi Park for the initial 9 games that they played there. First pitch misses inside for ball 1 to the lefty, Jeter Ibarra, the first baseman for the Ballers. The second pitch just under the knees at 91 on that fastball there for an early 2-0 count. Jeter Ibarra had a 3-home run game a couple weeks ago against these Long Beach Coast. That led to an eventual knockout, and there's a called strike. It's going to be challenged. Here's the first challenge of the game. Fastball right around the knees, and I don't think he's going to like the result of this. So it is confirmed a strike, and they lose a challenge, their first challenge there. Right now, Aaron Miles is just confirming here that it is a strike. Aaron Miles waves it off as he heads back to third. The 2006 World Series champion, a couple managers who have won a World Series in the 2000s, Troy Percival in the other dugout. Now a 2-1 count officially. This one towards the left field line. Eddie Pelk loses his hat as it falls in front of him. This time, Jeter Ibarra is going to stay at first. 2 hits on the day and a 1-out single for him going the other way.
And Oakland is benefiting a lot from small ball. Of their 4 hits, 3 of them have been singles, all 3 singles, falling a little like that. They look catchable, but they land in no man's land. The only one unlike that was Ibarra's other hit, the double that he just ripped to left field.
Now, Nick Leahy, batting from the right side, has a runner at first. This first pitch sent the other way towards the right field warning track. Bardowell backing up a ways. Makes the grab on the run. Spin throw back to first. Ibarra is back safely. There's out number 2. Had a good distance there, 328 feet off the bat. And I think what is really important for this ballpark is to try and send something the other way. There's a lot of space in this outfield here at Blair Field. And if you can find something, you can find a gap, you can get easy extra bases. If anybody knows that, it's this man right here, the DH tonight, Paul Winland, who spent the first few weeks of his season with the Long Beach Coast, now returns to Long Beach as he swings through that first pitch. Foul tip into the glove, as a matter of fact, for strike 1. Was released by the Long Beach Coast just last Monday. And since then, he has had quite a great start with the Ballers. Next pitch misses inside on a fastball and low. A 1-1 count. He's 0 for 1 tonight, but prior to tonight in his 3 games now completed with the Ballers, he's 4 for 12. 2 home runs, 6 RBI, however 4 strikeouts as well on the other side of that coin. 1-1 now off the end of his bat. Straight center. And Corona loses it. A bad track towards the wall. It's going to be extra bases. And now going first to third, Jeter Ibarra heads home. There's going to be no throw in. There's the second run of the game by the former Coastman. An RBI double for Paul Winland. There's his first hit at Blair Field in a different uniform. Also the second extra base hit of the night for the Ballers. Now 2-0. Cam Buford now to the plate. 2 outs, still a chance to get out of it. Nathan Hemmerling rocks back and fires the first pitch fastball, low and outside to the righty. 1-0 count. One of Hemmerling's 3 strikeouts and most recent on the night. Next pitch, another fastball, a 92 misses outside. Buford staying patient. Worked his way into a 2-2 count before swinging and missing for the shortest inning for Nathan Hemmerling. 1-2-3 back in the top of the second. Now falls behind in the 2-0. Falls further with a pitch that misses outside. Nothing but fastballs out of the hands of Hemmerling, the Riverside native. Hemmerling shakes off a couple of pitches from his battery mate Pappas. Finds something he likes. The next pitch, fastball, right down Main Street, but just a little low that time. It's going to be a 4-pitch walk, the first walk of the game. Now runners at first and second, a force out at any square base. See Winland having a chat with his former infield buddy Jacob Jablonski at second base with this pause in the action. Brendan O'Sullivan stepping up to the plate now. O'Sullivan taps his bat at home plate, gets ready for the first pitch here. Flew out to right field his last time up. First pitch. An off-speed misses outside, and Pappas is going to have a conversation with him after 5 straight balls out of the hands of Hemmerling, who has done really well against the Oakland Ballers. His last 2 starts against the Ballers have gone 6 innings. We're here in the top of the 4th. A 2-0 deficit, which is fine. The most he's given up to the Ballers is 2 runs, as a matter of fact. So should he hold the line, he can keep it that way. His last outing against the Ballers, he had a season-high 8 strikeouts and only 1 run in those 6 innings of work. Only gave up 4 hits. Tonight, so far, he's given up 5 in those 2 runs, including the double. In scoring position, his former teammate, Paul Winland. Next pitch misses low. On a fastball below the knees, it's 2-0. Hemmerling struggling to find the zone here. Collects himself for a second. Now the 2-0. Just off the plate. And that is 7 straight balls from Hemmerling. The Ballers' third baseman looks ahead. Likely going to take the next pitch. The 3-0 hits right around the letters there. There's the first strike in 7. As our friend Todd Cunin would say, the car dealer count. Due up next. He's looking for something to drive. 3-1 off the end of his bat. Fouled into the first base netting. And now the runners will be off on the next pitch. Talk about Todd Cunin. There was 3 games at Yuba Sutter, one of which that Nathan Hemmerling started. A less than favorable appearance where he gave up 7 runs all earned in 3 2/3 innings, which is where he is right now, 3 2/3 innings into this game. Next pitch, tallied off his bat and fouled to the first base side. The battle continues as the runners retrace back to their original bags. For the Ballers, who lead 2-0, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Runners at first and second. Shadows starting to engulf most of the infield. Corona and Pelk still in the sunlight. As this one's belted out into left center, heading towards the gap. It finds the gap and heads on a 1-hop towards Corona's glove. Both runs will score as the cutoff is missed by Anthony Mata. It's going to be a 2 RBI double for Brendan O'Sullivan to double that lead to 4-0 for the Oakland Ballers. The third double on the day, all of which have resulted in all 4 of these runs for the visiting Ballers. Really utilizing that doubles and triples alley in left center specifically. Still 2 outs. Now a runner still in scoring position. Hemmerling trying to evade this inning with as minimal damage as he can possibly get moving forward. The first pitch misses for ball one outside to the catcher in the 9 spot, Connor Smith. The backstop tonight for the Oakland Ballers. Next pitch misses below the knees. Hemmerling struggling to get ahead of counts here, which we know is so crucial. And we've seen so much success with a lot of the Coast starters. Jack Martin, one that comes to mind for somebody who really makes an effort to get ahead in counts, as well as Brett Wozniak. This one's sent right up the middle into center field. Rounding third is Brendan O'Sullivan. He'll make it in safely. There's the 5th run of the game and the 3rd hit of this inning. The first hit that was not extra bases that resulted in a run. Connor Smith, that's his 2nd hit of the night as well. Both sent the same way, kind of just as beautiful swings can get. Straight line drive up the middle. Back to the top of the lineup we go. For the Ballers, it's Tremaine Cobb. First pitch, curveball in there for strike 1. Gets ahead of the count this time. Tremaine Cobb mowed down on a 5-4-3 double play his last time up. So for 2 tonight. This one on the ground towards Mata, who has to come over to his left. Makes the easy out at second to Jablonski. Gets out of this inning, but not before 3 runs cross the plate, or rather 4 runs, excuse me. For now a 5-0 lead heading into the bottom of the 4th in favor of the visiting Ballers. We'll be right back on Home Team Network. Three, 4, and 5 spots coming up here in the bottom of the 4th, and the Long Beach Coast have some more work to do. After a 2-out, 4-run rally off of Nathan Hemmerling in the top of the 4th, the Oakland Ballers leading 5-0 here at Blair Field on the last game of June. Right now, the record for the Coast in the month of June is 19-5. They had 9 wins in May for one of the better records, trying to race forward in these final 12 games of the first half to try and clinch a spot in their first ever Pioneer League playoffs. Cooper Vest takes a pitch for strike 1. Got himself his first triple. A Long Beach uniform, his first time up. Next pitch fouled into the glove of Smith for strike 2. Behind 0-2, Cooper Vest, an incredible road trip, 11 RBI, now just 1 behind Jacob Jablonski. But those first 2 innings, including the one where he got that triple, the Coast had left a runner stranded at third. Next pitch misses outside for ball 1. Not taking advantage of those early opportunities in that early 1-0 deficit, a couple of scoreless innings, but now the Coast really need to put their foot on the gas pedal. Rissy fires one, and it's fouled back into the screen. Still a 1-2 count for the St. George, Utah native. Righty on lefty. Rissy Slowly rocks back and fires from the full. This one fouled just at the top of the net. Had it been maybe just a foot higher, we might have had a chance at that one. Or our fellow broadcaster for the Ballers who joined us in the booth for this series, who will be joining us in the booth this series, Gareth Kwok. Right?
That's right. That would have headed right for him.
Would have made a nice play there. 1-2 once more. Bending breaking ball missing inside. Cutting across the plate, though. Nice pitch there for Rissy, trying to jam the left-hander. Nobody on and no outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Bardowell and Bess behind Cooper Vest. This one popped up, foul territory, but over the net on the third base side, and Vest stays alive. 3 straight foul balls. 7 pitches into this at-bat. Rissy trying to get that oh-so-important momentum-boosting shutdown inning. This one on a line drive down the right field line. It'll head towards the corner. Cooper Vest seeing extra bases once more. He will stay put at second, getting 2 of the hardest parts of the cycle out of the way early on. A triple and now a double to kick things off here in the bottom of the fourth.
Not just a double, but one where he fouls off 3 two-strike pitches to keep himself alive.
Now puts himself into scoring position early on, as opposed to his 2-out triple in the first. Bardowell's going to try and score him here. Big right-hander from Fontana, California. Ended his 9-game hit streak just on Sunday in Modesto. We'll try and start a new one here. Rissy looks back at second before firing the first pitch to Bardowell. It misses outside and low. Crowd getting into this one now as they hope the Coast can put a run on the board in response to the 4-run rally in the top of the fourth. Here's that 1-0. Knuckled off the handles towards the Coast dugout. And there's strike 1. Bardowell, in 6 of his last 10 games, he's had multiple hits. 0 for 1 tonight thus far. 6 for 20 on the road in his 5 games played in Modesto and Yuba Sutter. Also had a home run last week. Next pitch, a breaking ball, misses low. Rissy, a fantastic breaking ball that has a lot of horizontal movement. Maybe not showing up on TrackMan, but it appears like it's moving across the plate from left to right from our vantage point. Next pitch misses, and it's framed low by Smith. He couldn't get the call there from Hastings behind the plate. It's a 3-1 count now. Only the 3rd time that Rissy has found himself in a 3-ball count tonight. He's going to step off the mound, spin around, and keep Cooper Vest honest, just to slow things down and rise some tension here on a 3-1 count, due up for Bardowell. Knowing that there is a heavy power hitter in the on-deck circle, Cuba Bass. Next pitch, hammered into center field. Back towards the track it goes, and it flies over the wall. A 2-run shot for Matthew Bardowell to get the Coast on the board for the first time tonight. That's Bardowell's 8th on the season. Absolutely crushed. 415 feet fly by night. 114 off the bat. You could hear it from here, folks. Could this be the spark that the Coast need right now as their deficit lowers to 3?
Well, Long Beach has benefited from 4 extra base hits for the only hit in this game. You don't need power to do it, but it certainly helps.
Now Cuba Bass, one of those power hitters, 10 home runs on the season, fouls the first pitch to the third base side and over the awning for strike 1. Flew out to center field, put a good piece of wood on it, but did not have the distance like that last one from Bardowell. Next pitch he takes inside for ball 1. It was a 1-1 count before he pasted one into center field. Rissy, the slow wind and fire, misses low and gets past the glove of Smith. Nobody on, so no trouble there, except for the bat boy. Two and one now for the Fruita, Colorado native on the western slopes of Colorado. Swings through that next pitch at 91. On the fastball there, evens up the count at 2 apiece. Nobody out and nobody on. Best calls for time. The veteran on this roster trying to get back to the playoffs. It's with the High Wheelers last year. Visited his former stadium a good amount of times so far this season. As the next pitch is fouled back. Still a 2-2 count. They took 2 of 3 games at Yuba Sutter last week. Now 10-2 against the newly named Freebirds. 2-2 coming. This one into left center. That'll fall for extra bases and roll towards the wall. Cuba Bess trots his way into second, and that is the 3rd straight extra base hit for the Long Beach Coast as he celebrates at second base. Another one in scoring position for Rissy, who prior to this only gave up 2 hits. Now 3 hits to start off this bottom of the 4th. And Jablonski's going to try and carry on this rally, not before the pitching coach for the Oakland Ballers steps out onto the mound, that being Jim Dedrick. We'll likely see Rissy stay in the ballgame just to try and get that first out. But right now you got Jablonski, Mata, and Pappas. Jablonski has been fantastic in terms of extra bases and in terms of RBI, one of the team leaders, or rather the team leader, I should say. Rissy right now, a lot of his stuff just not finding those edges that he's looking for on his breaking ball. And those fastballs he leaves flat, well, they get sent into gaps. Just like Cuba Bess, who's now in scoring position. Crowd getting hype here. A lovely crowd on this Tuesday night. Jablonski got himself a double, went the other way with it. Starting to feel a bit more comfortable from the left-handed side. He's a switch hitter, but he's told me that he feels a lot better on the right side. But recent stats may argue differently as he fouls this one pole side. I believe that's Jack Martin at first base. That's just from first glance. I could be completely wrong and probably need my eyes checked.
That is Jack Martin out there.
Okay, my prescription's still working. Rissy sets. Now from the stretch, here's the 0-1. This one fouled the other way over the net and over the awning into the parking lot near Duke Majian Drive. 0-2 count now. Worked his way into a full count before getting that opposite field double. 44 ribbies on the year. 5th in the Pioneer League coming into this game. As the next pitch misses outside. 0-2 turns into a 1-2. Rissy working around the strike zone, trying to utilize that fastball and get his highly coveted first out. He already lost the shutdown inning. This one pasted into right field, heading back, and it one hops off the Jared Weaver bullpen. Cuba Bess will be held up at third. Jablonski slides into second for his second double of the afternoon. That's 4 straight extra base hits, 3 doubles, and a home run by Matthew Bardwell. Now 2 in scoring position with the tying run coming to the plate in the form of Anthony Mata.
All 6 of Long Beach's hits today, all of them for extra bases. All or nothing, this team.
Wanting to ride the wave of momentum, the Coast trying to get a strong start, not just for the fact that the magic number's at 7 heading into this game, wanting to chip away at that, but for a little bit of retribution that I talked with Jacob Jablonski about, and Anthony Mata, same part of that retribution. He was with the Chuckers last year who played these ballers. This one popped up towards shallow right field on the first pitch. And the right fielder, Blythe, comes in, and he's in far enough to where he can fire a one-hopper towards Smith to keep Cuba Bess at third. An unproductive out number one, finally ending that streak for Rissy. He was trying to get that first out, and he finally got it on that first pitch pop-up. Now Johnny Pappas to the plate now. Grounded out on a 3 unassisted towards the right side, his first time up. Last week went 3 for 14 with a ribby. Righty on righty matchup, and the first pitch will not be made as there's a time called. Pappas steps out of the box for a brief second. Now looks ahead, the Chino Hills native has one out, now two in scoring position. First pitch bends on the outside part of the plate. Brandon Hastings with the call there on that nice slider. 0-1 count for Pappas. Has 3 RBI on the season, including one last week. This one's lifted into left field, a good distance. Buford back around the warning track. He'll make the grab. Should be far enough to score a run. It does. Cuba Bess comes in on the sacrifice. Jablonski advances to third as well. There's Pappas' 4th RBI, his 2nd in the past couple of weeks. And now it is 5-3. Patrick Roche coming up the 9 spot. Still representing the tying run, but now with 2 outs. That one was sent away as 348. He just got a little under it that time, Johnny Pappas did. Still looking for his first home run on the season. Roche flew out to right field his first time up. Takes a slider outside for ball 1. 5-run lead turning into a 2-run lead for the Ballers. 5-3 is the score here in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0. Hits right around the knees at 81, a similar breaking ball. Kind of around the middle part of the strike zone there. Roche looks on. Rissy rocks back and fires now. This one sent right into home plate. It's going to go foul. Jablonski was off and running on the sound of the bat. Staying eager. Jabs, one of the more enthusiastic members of this Long Beach Coast clubhouse, but knowing that there's a mission involved here that we talked about. Roche settles back into the right-handed part of the batter's box for a 1-2 count, due up. Here's that pitch. This one fouled again into home plate. Remains a 2-strike count. Three runs plated in response to the 4-run rally in the top of this 4th inning. Hemmerling will have an important frame should he come back for the top of the 5th. Next pitch misses high. Just above the letters there at 91. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. Roche went 5 for 26 last week. A home run, 4 RBI, and 6 strikeouts as well. 2-2 popped up first base side. Ibarra gives it a look and watches it collide with the net just by the first base party deck. Six pitches into this at-bat, a couple of foul balls. On this now 2-2 count, Deuces Wild with 2 outs and a 2-run deficit to add on to the 2s. Jablonski still at third, waiting for an opportunity to run in. 2-2 swung on and missed. 92 the fastball. Old Country hardball there, and Rissy gets out of the inning. Second strikeout. But the Coast get 3 on the board and end the shutout It's now 5-3 in favor of the Ballers heading into the fifth. We'll be right back on Home Team Network. Welcome back. Top of the fifth after a very heavily offensive-filled fourth inning. It's 5-3 in favor of the Ballers, but the Coast getting on the board with a 3-run rally in the bottom of that fourth, and now Nathan Hemmerling will try and get the big zero here as he misses for ball one to Isai Santos. Misses on the second pitch as well. Behind in the count. Gave up a 4-run rally in the top of the fourth after 2 straight scoreless frames in the second and third. Next pitch misses outside, and he starts off this inning with 3 straight balls.
Hemmerling's control has suffered. He went through that stretch of 7 straight out of the zone.
Finds the zone that time on a fastball. Took a little bit off of it on the bottom part of his fastball zone at 89.
But also last inning was his longest by a long shot.
This one off the end of his bat. Santos gets one over the head of Corona. It's going to be another extra base hit to kick things off here. A double for the number 2 spot in the Ballers lineup. That is the 3rd extra base hit of the night for the Ballers. Their 8 on the night. 3 of them extra base hits. Now Noah Blythe to the plate. Blythe, he's 1 for 2 this afternoon. Takes the first pitch outside on a fastball high as well. It's a 1-0 count. Hemmerling takes some time this go around and misses outside for ball 2. I've seen at the beginning of his outing, his first 3 innings, he was focusing on speed pitching. That worked up until that top of the fourth. Now he's starting to slow things down as he gets into the middle 3 of this game. Next pitch fouled towards the on-deck circle on the first base side. It's a 2-1 count now. Nice, cool Tuesday evening. The sun starting to set. Hemmerling, the 2-1 count. Hits on the outside part of the black. It's 2-2 now. That one looked like a sinker there at 89. Had a little bit of movement there. Here's the 2-2. Off the end of Blythe's bat and foul on the first base side. Runner at second, and right now it's a battle of who's going to get that first 0 on the board after 7 runs plate for both teams in the 4th inning. It's always tricky when you have somebody in scoring position with nobody out. It's a tough jam to get yourself out of. There is a beautiful breaking ball. It's fouled into the glove of Pappas, and there's strikeout number 4 on the night for Hemmerling. A swinging strikeout gets out number 1. Percival is going to race out to the mound to have a chat with Hemmerling. This is how things typically go. Percival will allow a starter or really any pitcher to get into the next inning, get the first couple of outs, and then send somebody into the bullpen, from the bullpen rather, to complete the inning, even if the trend is going back in favor of that pitcher. Hemmerling's going to stay out there, though. We do see some action in the bullpen. It looks to be a left-hander. They're going to intentionally walk Jeter Ibarra. For now, runners at first and second.
I would say the intentional walk makes sense considering that Ibarra has tattooed the baseball so far. Double and a single.
2 easiest parts of the cycle out of the way. But I would argue nothing's easy in the professional level. First pitch misses outside, but Pappas is going to challenge it. Second challenge used tonight, first for the Long Beach Coast. And just like Oakland's first challenge that they lost, the Coast are going to lose this one. That does, in fact, miss outside to the right-hander, Nick Leahy. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Confirmed this time. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Force out at any square base. Hemmerling. 1-0 misses outside on a fastball there at 90. Trying to get him to reach for something or maybe reach around for something, inducing a ground ball. This one is, in fact, on the ground to Mata, or rather Jablonski, who gets it to second and then into first in time for the twin-killing double play. That'll end the top of the 5th. Leaving 1 stranded, and there is that big shutdown inning for Nathan Hemmerling, who gets through 5. Still trailing 5-3. The Coast will get their next at-bats coming around the corner here on Home Team Network. Into the bottom of the 5th we go, and Rissy still on the mound for the Ballers, who lead with a bit more of a narrow margin than the last time Rissy started an inning with. 5-3 after 3 runs given up by Rissy on 4 straight extra base hits that kicked off the bottom of the 4th. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook, and due up for the Coast. It's going to be the top of the lineup, kicking things off with Eddie Pelk, who had his birthday cake earlier today, freshly 25 today. He's 0 for 2 this afternoon, but still all the birthday wishes in the world to one of the greatest on-base percentage men of this league, the Pelk men. First pitch from Rissy. He's going to show bunt. Gets it foul on the third base side. Tried to surprise him to kick things off here. Instead, it's going to be an 0-1 count. For Pelk last week, 11 for 25, 7 ribbies, and 8 walks. It's always got to be more walks than any other category, well, except for the hits. 576 on base percentage last week alone, 577 on the season. Next pitch, breaking ball, bends into the zone there for strike 2. 415 batting average, leading the team heading into this game, 8th in the Pioneer League. Next pitch, breaking ball, does not cut back inside like Rissy was hoping that it would. On the outside corner there, away from the left-hander. Instead, it's a 1-2 count. Collects his sign from Smith. Now here's the 1-2 count from Rissy, who misses inside on the fastball, getting Pelk to dance. Now a 2-2 count. Pelk now 41 at-bats against Oakland. He's 17 for 41. Next pitch misses outside, just slips out of the hands of Rissy. Haven't seen a lot of humidity in Long Beach this summer thus far. It's been beautiful, but there's a little bit of moisture in the air this afternoon. Next pitch outside, he holds. And what do you know? Eddie Pelk continues his on-base streak to now 37 with yet another walk. That's his 55th on the season, leading the league by a mile.
Walking man walks.
Yes, he does. The Pelk man delivers with a leadoff base runner. The first walk issued by Aiden Rissy. And now Emilio Corona to the plate. He had himself a pretty big birthday party here when it was his birthday earlier this month. He pops this first pitch up into shallow right field. Blythe comes in to make the grab for out number 1. Corona now 0 for 3 on this afternoon. Brings up Cooper Vest, who has been having himself quite a game thus far. A triple in the first, a double in the third. He's gone both ways. The left-hander went the opposite way for his triple, and then straight down the right field line, the pull side for his double. That started off that 4th inning rally. That led to 3 runs, now a 2-run deficit. He represents the tying run at the plate, and Cooper Vest is going to get plunked. And just like Eddie Pelk is to walks, Cooper Vest is to the hit by pitch, leading the league in that category as well. This time, that is his 16th on the season. 2 base runners on board. Wave the free ball. Brings up Matthew Bardwell, who collected a couple ribbies on a loud 114 mile per hour exit velocity home run off of Rissy to straight center. Now runners at first and second. 2 fast ones at that. First pitch, a breaking ball, bends in on the inside part of the plate to Bardwell. It's an 0-1 count. Off his handle into the right-handed batter's box, and now behind 0-2. Trail runner representing the tie run here. The lights now beginning to turn on here. Swing and a miss at the 91 mile per hour heater upstairs. 1-2-3. Sees his 3rd K of this afternoon. From Rissy, that is. Now Cuba Best to the plate with 2 outs. Last hope to try and respond to the 0 that was put up on the board by Hemmerling in the top of this 5th. 2 outs, 2 on, 5-3 ballers here in the bottom of the 5th. The first pitch from Rissy gets him swinging high. He was early on that one, even though it was a fastball. Tried to bring his hands in as it cut up and in on the left-hander. 0-1 count. Next pitch misses outside. Smith tried to frame it. He held it there for a second on that changeup. Brandon Hastings behind the plate, not fooled. Rissy comes set. Next pitch right on the outside corner there, but off the plate. Good eye there by Cuba Bass. Just below the zone there. A 2-1 count now. Rissy slowing things down. Pitch clock at 3. Now the 2-1. It's another swing and a miss. The 86-mile-per-hour off speed took a little off it there. Now a 2-2 count, 2 outs. Bass is going to call for time to readjust his batting gloves. Son of a former minor leaguer, Johnny Bass. Two on, 2 outs. And the 2-2 is fouled to the third base side and over the net. A lot of 2s to speak of here. Bass had a double. Came around to score that 3rd run in this 5-3 deficit. Infield, middle infield drawn back, as well as the corner infielders, I suppose. This one, a contact swing, gets him to foul one back to the backstop. Not a strong rip there, but he stays alive at the 2-piece. White batting gloves and a dark brown bat. Held above his shoulders here now. The 2-2 once more. Breaking ball misses off the plate. The runners will be off on the next pitch. No hits for the Coast this inning after 4 hits in the prior frame off of Rissy. Here's the full count. This one off the end of his bat into left field. With the runners running, here comes Eddie Pelk towards the plate. The throw in from Buford is offline, and there's the 4th run of the ball game. Advancing to second is Cooper Vest, and there's an RBI single for Cuba Bess. What a tongue twister that is. His 2nd hit of the game brings up Jacob Jablonski, who's no stranger to RBI himself. Now with the go-ahead run aboard. Still 2 outs, though. Jablonski has had a fantastic night. A pair of doubles. First pitch hits on the outside corner there for strike 1. He's been working that breaking ball quite well away from the left-handed hitters. Not as much for the right-handed hitters. Rissy trying to get through his 5th inning of work against the Long Beach Coast. His 3rd appearance against them. Next pitch, he takes high on the fastball there, a 1-1 count. Back-to-back innings for the Coast, trying to chip away at that deficit, which is now just 1. Tying run in scoring position. Here's the 1-1 to Jablonski. Check swing, he holds, but it's a called strike on the outside part of the plate there. Jablonski dropped his bat in protest there for a second as he calls for time.
I'm not sure if that was protest or what, because it wasn't a 3-ball count, so I'm not sure what he was doing there. May have just fallen.
Whatever the situation may be. It's a 2-strike count. Rissy can get out of it with the lead intact here. Comes set right around the chest and fires the next pitch low below the knees. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. 5-4 Oakland here in this bottom of the 5th. Rissy from the first base side of the rubber. Here's the 2-2. Bends inside for ball 3. And a great take there, might I add, from Jablonski, who could have been all over that. Came across the plate, but just missed inside.
Very tempting pitch, especially because of where it started, right at the belt, dropping down low.
Here's the full count. Hits for strike 3. Jablonski goes window shopping for a K. Leaves 2 stranded, but one more run for the Coast, who now trail by just 1 heading into the 6th. We'll be right back. It's 5-4 Oakland here on the Home Team Network. Into the 6th we go. It's 5-4 after 4 runs across the past 2 innings of run support at long last for Nathan Hemmerling, who hadn't received it until that 4th inning. Now the Coast just trail by 1, but Hemmerling back on the mound into the 6th to face his teammate, his former teammate, Paul Winland, missing outside for ball 1, losing a lot of these early counts.
I think their lockers may have been next to each other.
I think you're right, yes, on that side of the clubhouse here at Blair Field. Next pitch fouled off for strike 1 on the third base side near that clubhouse. Paul Winland, an RBI double up the middle off of Hemmerling. 1 for 2 this evening. Hemmerling, the full. Another foul ball to the third base side, and Paul Winland falls behind 1-2. His 4th game in the green and gold now. Here's the 1-2. This one popped up and fouled straight back. A lot of work for the Bat Boys tonight, one of which we typically see up here in the press box, Chad Martin.
One of our friends on the analytics team here for the Coast.
Supposed to be his off night, but no off nights here when there's a Bat Boy. And honestly, one of these days I got to get down there and reclaim my role, because I was a Bat Boy in this league. Fun fact.
I think it'd be great.
1-2, a swing and a miss. And Hemmerling gets a K on his former locker mate. That is his 5th strikeout of the evening. Brings up Cam Buford. He has reached just over 90 pitches. Nathan Hemmerling has. We see a left-hander in the bullpen. We believe that's one of the newer additions, Matthew O'Brien. We'll tell you about him should he come out.
Well, newest addition.
Indeed. Well, a lot of these guys are new to our listeners here because there were some transactions made on the road. There is a called strike on the 1-0 count. Evens up the count on Buford, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Came around to score in that 4th inning. Next pitch misses high. Baller's in there. I believe is that dark green or black?
Green.
Yes. It's kind of tough to tell at this time of night. Next pitch misses high for ball 3. Those classic Oakland colors. A 3-1 count now to the left fielder. Misses outside, and there is the 3rd walk, 2nd of which non-intentional, from the hands of Nathan Hemmerling. Now at 99, or is he at 80, 98 or 99 pitches?
98.
98. My addition running out here. Runner at first, and the first pitch misses outside for ball 1 to Brendan O'Sullivan. Got a 2 RBI double to left field. Slash time up, he's 1 for 2. Next pitch misses high as he's trying to hammer through these pitches. Nathan Hemmerling. Hemmerling comes set right around the waist. Here's the 2-0. This one fouled back. He was looking for a fastball there. Held up. Still made contact with it as it was fouled straight back on an 84-mile-per-hour off-speed. First strike, and now a 2-1 count. Next pitch bends into the strike zone for strike 2 now. Hemmerling now officially over the 100 mark in terms of pitch count. And this afternoon, he's got 1 out here in the top of the 6th. 2-2 right back to Hemmerling, who will throw to Mata at second, and then on to first. The third double play of the night for the Coast. The second one that ends the inning, a 1-6-3. Sends us into the bottom of the 6th after 2 scoreless frames for Hemmerling. Holds the line. It's still 5-4 in favor of Oakland. We'll be right back here on Home Team Network. Into the bottom of the 6th we go. Hemmerling has been fantastic trying to help out his offense, who's now been helping him in this middle part of the game. 5-4 Oakland, and now a new pitcher on the mound, Valak Cisneros. The go-to immediate relief for Aaron Miles, and the Oakland Ballers will try and hold the line on the other side of things, as the past 2 innings, the Oakland Ballers have given up back-to-back innings with runs plating for the Long Beach Coast. There was the game-tying and go-ahead run on base last inning. And now it's going to be the bottom three of that lineup, the Coast lineup, Anthony Mata, Johnny Pappas, and Patrick Roche. Also a defensive change, TJ McKenzie, now in left field in replacement of Cam Buford. Mata is going to be the first one to sample off of the new arm, the new righty for the Oakland Ballers. The 6'5" right-hander from Clinton, Oklahoma, will get strike one on a fastball to start his first appearance here at Blair Field. Joey Miller, Jesse Cook here. Now the 0-1 hitting low and inside. Mata taking some time to process that one. 92, low and inside. Now behind, 0-2. This one, a swing and a miss. A beautiful breaking ball outside that he just goes fishing for. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Cisneros gets out number one here in the bottom of the sixth. Aiden Rissy, his final line, goes 5 innings, currently in line for the win. Should the lead hold, it is a 1-run deficit, and this team, specifically the Long Beach Coast, has been known to really have those late bursts of energy as Johnny Pappas lasers one just the wrong way down the left field line and foul.
106 miles per hour off the bat.
He was just a little early on that one, which is crazy to say on a 93 mile per hour fastball.
He liked what he saw.
Now a breaking ball, which is far slower than that 93 mile per hour fastball. A 79 mile per hour curveball misses low and inside on Pappas, who is 0 for 1 on the night. RBI on a sacrifice fly back in the fourth. That rally. Next pitch softly inside and up around the hands of the backstop for the Long Beach Coast. Now a 2-1 count. 1 out and nobody on. Cisneros looks on, and the next pitch down the left field line, and again, triple digits off the bat, just not within the chalk lines. You know, again, we have not seen Pappas go yard yet this season. I have seen him go yard. I've been on the broadcast when he was with the Chuckers. He certainly took advantage of that right field wall at Saplesio Field. Next pitch down the left field line, albeit a lot slower off the bat, 58 that time. Stays alive at 2-2. Pappas has some pop, as we've seen on a couple of foul balls in this at-bat that he's connected with. Here's the 2-2 once more. Misses low in the dirt. Smith collects it. Now full count. Rissy in those 5 innings, the starter for the Ballers tonight. 7 hits he allowed on 4 runs, all earned, 1 walk, a hit by pitch, and 4 strikeouts, his final line. This one off of the end of Pappas's bat as he continues to stay alive and waste resources here. More balls for Brandon Hastings and a busy bat/ball boy duo that we're seeing right now tonight. One has left the yard within the chalk confines, that being Matthew Bardowell. He started off that 3-run rally in the bottom of the 4th. Next pitch fouled back to the screen. Pappas now 8 pitches into this at-bat against the reliever Cisneros. 5-4 Ballers here in the bottom of the 6th, and Pappas wins with the 92 mile per hour fastball missing outside. There's going to be a walk on 1 out to bring up Patrick Roche.
By the way, what a plate appearance for Johnny Pappas. That's a 9-pitch walk. Sure, a couple of those foul balls were ones where he saw something and got a little greedy and swung really hard too early, but the others were all defensive. He did a great job of keeping himself alive.
Patrick Roche is going to try and keep this inning alive. Middle infielders in double play depth. The 9 spot takes a breaking ball for strike 1. 0 for 2 this afternoon. Swinging strikeout that ended the 4th inning, that big rally. Tying run now aboard. Less than 2 outs. Cisneros looks up and down, and now here's the 0-1. This one into left field. McKenzie now back near the warning track, just shy. He collects it, just shy of that warning track by about, give or take, 10 feet. There's out number 2. Brings up number 7 in the 7 spot, always in the top of the lineup, however, Eddie Pelk. Getting a walk, a very familiar walk in his last time up. Came around to score the lone run of the 5th. Now here in the 6th inning. The Pelk man facing off against Cisneros, a righty on lefty matchup. First pitch misses outside, pops out of the glove of Smith, but he runs over in time. Johnny Pappas staying conservative at first base. Pelk 0 for 2 outside of that walk in the last frame. 2 outs now and a 1-0 count. This one misses inside and gets away from Smith far enough on the wild pitch there, allows Pappas to advance into scoring position. Now back-to-back innings with the tying run now in scoring position for the Long Beach Coast. With 2 outs, can Pelk take advantage? Can the Pelk man deliver? It's a 2-0 count now. Cisneros from the stretch. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball misses low and inside. Collected right around the shoelaces of Pelk.
Might not be a bad idea to pitch around Pelk now. The runner on second, first base unoccupied with Emilio Corona on deck, who has struggled so far, going 0 for 3. His only trip out of the infield, a pop out to right.
Still a home run threat, however, as there is ball number 4. Second walk of this afternoon, number 56. Now 30 away from tying the record for the Pioneer League season walk record.
And astonishingly, he has the same number of hits as walks now, 56 each. That's almost 2 per game. It's closer to 1.5 per game by this point in the season for each. Unbelievable consistency.
Just continues to keep that on-base percentage above 500. He might be aiming for a record in that side of the book as well. Here's Emilio Corona now with runners at first and second. A breaking ball at the knees for strike 1. 0 for 3 this afternoon. A strikeout, one that he is an issue that he has dealt with frequently this season. Though he leads the team in home runs, he also leads the team in strikeouts. There's a swing and a miss, and a breaking ball outside he reaches for. Now an 0-2 count. Corona, now 44 strikeouts on the season, second most in the Pioneer League. Far from that record, thankfully, which is somewhere around 120 in a season, I think.
You'd have to put in some work for that.
And I don't think he's aiming for that record. 0-2 misses even further outside. 81 mile per hour off speed. Slips out of the hands of Cisneros. Trying to keep the game close. The crowd stomping along and cheering along. A 1-run deficit. It's 5-4 in favor of the Ballers here in the bottom of the 6th. But 2 on for the Coast. 1-2. He stays alive as he gets one off the end of his bat to the backstop. Crowd chanting along to the LBC. In town for another 3-game stint before they hit the road for another 3 games in Yuba Sutter, where they started last week. Now here comes the wave. Here's a 1-2. Swings on top of it, but gets a piece of it. Fouls it into home plate. Stays alive that time on the 81 mile per hour breaker. Just by a hair there, he stays alive, and could that be enough to keep him in this moment here? The 1-2 once more. This one fouled back. Six pitches into this at-bat, not even the longest at-bat of this inning for Cisneros, and his 5 batters face now. 9-pitch walk to Pappas, who's in scoring position right now. From the 6th now to the 7th pitch. This one up the middle and through for a base hit. Pappas being around third, and he scores. A tie ball game for the Coast. An RBI single by Emilio Corona, his first hit of the night. 5-all is the score as Cisneros loses the lead. And Cooper Vest now to the plate to potentially cash in the go-ahead run, who is now at second. Pelk advancing on that one. Runners still at first and second, and 2 outs.
And I believe that might be it for Valek Cisneros.
I believe you're right, as Aaron Miles makes the slow stroll out to the mound. We see a pitcher coming in, a right-hander. We'll tell you who that is on the other side of this break. 5-all is the score now. It's a new game. Cooper Vest up to the plate when we come back on Home Team Network. Valek Cisneros out of the game after he kicks off this bottom of the 6th in relief of his starter, Aiden Rissy. In his first 3 batters faced, strikes out the first, walks the second, gets the second out on a pop fly to left field, but then trouble ensues. A walk to Eddie Pelk and then the RBI single by Emilio Corona, leading to his early exit and exchanged by Jake Villar, making his professional debut. A new acquisition for the Oakland Ballers with this new tie as well. 5-5 after that RBI single by Corona, who's still at first. 2 outs and a really meaty part of this lineup. For somebody making their professional debut out of UC San Diego, what a tough spot to be put in to try and hold this tie against the meatiest part of this lineup, especially coming with Cooper Vest coming up to the plate here, having reached all 3 times this afternoon, a triple, a double, and a hit by pitch. He's going to try and get that go-ahead across. Eddie Pelk is the lead runner at second. Jake Villar takes the mound. He is a southpaw from Santa Clarita, California. Stands tall on the bump, and now the first pitch to the lefty misses low and outside for ball 1. A 22-year-old. Two years at UC San Diego after a couple in JUCO. This one hard hit on the ground to the right side. Leahy misplays it, and now everybody's safe. The transfer out of the glove causes the first error of this ball game. And now the bases are loaded for Matthew Bardowell,
who's already hit a grand slam this season.
And already hit an absolute nuke a couple at-bats ago. He's 1 for 3. That one he sent over the center field wall. It's going to be Villar's opportunity to try and escape the pressure here after that oh so potentially costly E4. Runners all the way around the bags for Matthew Bardwell. The lefty pitches to the righty as he sends this first one on a frozen rope into center field. It falls. 2 runs come around to score. Coming first to third is Cooper Vest, and the Coast have taken the lead 7-5. Matthew Bardwell, an RBI single. Now 4 ribbies on the night as the Coast charge ahead here in the bottom of the 6th. Something so simple, 76 miles per hour pitch to him. He added 30 miles per hour off his bat, 106. Straight away to Santos, who was already playing back. And now a new sign of life. Corona at third, Bardwell at first. Still 2 outs for Cuba Bass. First pitch, right on a 1-hopper to Ibarra. Step on the bag and end things here. But 3 runs plate and the go-ahead by Matthew Bardwell after a costly E4. It is 7-5 Coast. Final 3 innings due up. Jesse Cook will take you through those when we come back here on Home Team Network.
Top of the 7th inning coming your way from Blair Field with a newfound 7-5 Long Beach Coast lead over the visiting Oakland Ballers, who take their cuts now against the new face. Professional debut for the lefty Matthew O'Brien. His first pitch, a fastball above the belt to Connor Smith, who has been a tough bat today, 2 for 2 with an RBI single. O'Brien winds in and deals home again. Floats up a breaking ball for ball 1. It's a 1-1 count for O'Brien, who signed today. Next pitch lands for a strike on the curve, low and inside. It's a 1-2 count. This past season at UC Riverside, O'Brien dealt a .475 earned run average with 40 strikeouts. Winds home and misses up high. It's a 2-2 count. O'Brien splitting his 4 college seasons between the 2 D1 seasons at UC Riverside and 2 before that at D2 Hawaii Hilo. Next pitch, check swing, pelted to the backstop.
I think it's actually Hilo. I might be wrong, but I do know somebody that he played with at Hawaii Hilo when I worked with him in a collegiate summer bat league.
Hawaii Hilo.
I'm sure Jerome Williams will correct one of us.
2-2 pitch, swung on and roped down the left field line, but foul. O'Brien dealt a 1.519 whip. That's walks and hits per innings pitched. And generally, a good line is right around 1.5. So that's where he rode in college. 2-2, swung on and tipped to the back netting. Smith keeps himself alive here. O'Brien works with what he told me was your basic pitch combination. Four-seam fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. And in college, they called him Jamie Moyer because his pitches were slow, although I wouldn't call 88 to 91 miles per hour slow. Next pitch, a curveball that, well, yeah, we'll call that slow. It was way up high and way outside. And actually, that is a fastball that he just let go of way too early at 87 miles per hour. But his curveball is generally down around 76 to 78. His payoff, swung on and belted deep to left field, way back. Eddie Pelk at the fence, and he can watch it. That's a rude introduction to pro baseball for O'Brien. Connor Smith jumps it to left field and way out of here to make it 7-6 Coast, leading off the top of the seventh inning.
And Percival already out on the edge of the first base line to have a chat with him.
Well, your professional debut can be unnerving, and Troy Percival probably remembers how he felt when he had first made his major league debut. Forget that when you're making your first appearance in the minor leagues. So he has taken the time to chat with O'Brien about how he's starting, and I would guess just telling him to settle down and keep his head up.
Not to mention the game that Connor Smith has had. Now 2 RBI, 3 hits. 3 for 3 this afternoon.
Now he gets Tremaine Cobb, who, although today only settles in with an 0 for 3 line, he is second on the team in batting average entering this game. First pitch from the lefty to the righty, misses high and outside. Right behind him was Connor Smith. Those two have flip-flopped. But Cobb entered with a 338 line. The 1-0. He swings and misses. Over an 84 mile per hour changeup. High leg kick. Chases high and away on the breaking ball down at 76 miles per hour. It's a 1-2 count. The curveball catching Cobb high and away. O'Brien, once again a strike away from his first professional strikeout. Where number 5 turns home. Fastball just inside at 89 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's wearing number 5, but he's worn 3 different jersey numbers today.
2-2, swing and a miss. Cobb goes chasing high and outside. Matthew O'Brien records his first professional K. 7-6 Coast, top of the 7th. 1 out, bases empty for Isai Santos.
And what I mean by that, Jesse, is they were trying to figure out who to give certain numbers to. Liam Rocha, also out of this pen, was 18 on the road. Now he's 22. Cole Percival, now 30.
First pitch in the lefty-lefty affair. A fastball above the belt for ball 1.
But number 30 was originally for Matthew O'Brien. He gave it to Cole Percival. Everybody shifted around there.
1-0. There's a heater this time for a strike.
But to tie the point in here, number 5, that jersey, was worn by somebody who happens to be on the other team this
Paul
afternoon.
Winland. Next pitch, cracked foul to the right side. It's a 1-2 count. I wonder how many times, it's probably happened a lot in independent baseball, but how many times in an individual's career has it happened where you might be traded from one team to another and you're returned to that ballpark? Not only is the guy wearing the same number, it's the same exact jersey, the same threads. Next pitch in the dirt. That's going to be a weird sight to know that, yeah, it gets washed in the laundry, but that was your physical jersey, not just stitched anew for someone else.
Is that the next Cook quiz?
No. 2-2. Misses outside and low. Full count. I have absolutely no idea how to figure out any of that. It's probably an impossible equation. But for Paul Winland, this might be the first time. Well, we'll have to ask him. 3-2. Swung on and popped over the back netting. That one might land in front of us, although we'd usually hear a clang by now. So, Joey, we'll just check your car out in the parking lot.
Luckily, it's the other side, but you always fear.
Still a full count. Here he goes. Breaking ball misses low and away. Santos boards on a walk. It's his second trip aboard the bases today after doubling his last time up in the fifth. Noah Blythe comes up here, 1 for 3. He recorded the first knock of the ball game, and he'll have to wait to do any more because that is it for Matthew O'Brien. 3 batters, 3 different outcomes. A home run, a walk, but also his first professional strikeout. 7-6 Coast with a new arm. Entering the ball game, a right-hander. We'll tell you who that is after a quick break here with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. New pitcher in the game for the Coast as we take it back to the top of the 7th inning in a tightrope 1-run lead for Long Beach, 7-6 over the Oakland Ballers. Matthew O'Brien exits. Mason Bryant replaces him, and he has been the toughest pitcher to face in many respects on this pitching staff, allowing just a 167 opponent batting average. Righty-righty affair as he faces Noah Blythe. Runner on first, 1 away. First pitch, breaking ball that runs inside and high for a 1-0 count. Walked by Mason while he was warming up earlier today, and the Texas man said he's just so happy to be active again. This is his first time pitching at home since the opening series. Kicks low. Fastball misses low and inside. Down at 91 miles per hour. Missed a good few weeks. Dealing with some soreness, but has twisted his way back into the bullpen and onto the active roster. 2-0 count for Blythe. Here he goes. Swung on, tapped out to the right side and threw into the outfield. Asai Santos stops at second base. Men on first and second. 7-6 Long Beach in the top of the 7th inning with 1 away for Jeter Ibarra. We talked about Mason Bryant being one of the toughest arms to face in this Long Beach pitching staff. Well, Jeter Ibarra has been the toughest out in this order. Yeah, 2 for 2 with an intentional walk as well, bringing home the game's first run on a double. Righty pitching to a lefty here. Bryant settles in, curls home. Floats in the fastball for a strike right at the thighs. And Bryant allowed 4 runs across his 3 appearances last week. Turns to second. Flips home again. Fastball for a strike on the outer half this time at 92. 0-2 count for Ibarra. This is the first time he's faced a 2-strike count. He's seen 3 strikes before facing Bryant. 2 of them just happen to find their way into the outfield for hits. 0-2. Swing and a foul tip to the backstop. Bryant dialing up to 93 there. Last year, a Yuba Sutter high wheeler. Bryant playing his second Pioneer League season. Full season, that is. He did spend 8 games in Missoula the year before. Turns home. Swung on, chopped out to first. Vest has it, throws to second for one. That's a laser beam. He gets him. Turn to first. Bryant in a stretch, and he's called safe for falling off the bag. Mason Bryant was in a split to catch that ball. First base umpire Ryan Blairberg was staring right at the bag. That is a tough miss for the Coast.
Yeah, that was awfully close.
And I am not sure about that. Troy Percival came steaming out of the dugout to talk with Blairberg, but the call stands.
Yeah.
Men remain on the corners with now 2 away. And here comes Corinne Halley, the trainer, along with Troy Percival and Jerome Williams to check on Bryant, because that looked like it hurt.
Well, what I winced at is you talked about his injury, how he had to come back from that injury. Well, that injury was right around his midsection, and when he goes into the splits like you see there, if you're watching the Home Team Network stream, you see how far out he had to kind of lunge to make that grab. Fantastic athletic endeavor, putting his body on the line, a body that has already taken a beating at the top of this season, but we're going to hope for the best here.
I believe Ryan Fox is loosening up, rather Steven Ordorica loosening up very hurriedly in the bullpen, and he's walking towards the door. So I don't know if that's just for a closer look or if he's being called upon. And better dial up Vamos a la Playa, his entrance music, because here he comes. That looks to be it for Mason Bryant. We're going to hold off taking a break until he actually exits the playing field, but Steven Ordorica is out here. Bryant is staying out there, and he surrenders the baseball. So we're going to take a break. Steven Ordorica replacing Mason Bryant. We're hoping he's all right. That looks scary. Still, it's a 1-run lead for the Coast with 2 away in the top of the 7th, and men on the corners on the Home Team Network. New pitcher in the game for Long Beach, also a pinch hitter for Oakland, Jaden Kalura, batting in place of Nick Leahy against the new arm, Steven Ordorica, the submarine dealer for Long Beach. The third pitcher of this inning. It's 7-6 Coast with runners on the corners and 2 away for Oakland. This inning starts with Matthew O'Brien allowing a home run. He gets called out after he records an out. Mason Bryant comes in, turns what we thought was a double play, but injures himself. First pitch to the lefty from the righty, bends in for a strike up high. Kalura from Hammond, Louisiana. Last played in the draft league with the State College Spikes. Next pitch, he swings, nubs that to third, picked by Roche. Patrick Roche shuffles to first, it's low, and Cooper Vest picks it. Oakland threatens, but all they get is the leadoff home run. The game remains in a Coast lead, 7-6. Moving on to stretch time here with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Long Beach batting with the lead as we take you back to Blair Field. Bottom of the seventh inning on the way with a 7-6 Coast advantage. Jacob Jablonski leading off, followed by Anthony Mata and Johnny Pappas, 6, 7, and 8 against the left-handed reliever, Jake Villar. Jablonski, a switch hitter, digging in on the right side for the first time today. Villar out of the stretch, floats a curveball up above his shoulders. It's a 1-0 count. There are a lot of candidates for player of the game for the Coast. Cooper Vest with a double and a triple. Matthew Bardowell with 4 RBIs. It's probably him. But Jacob Jablonski has an argument with 2 doubles already. He leads the team with 13 out of the stretch. Fastball for a strike at the knees. 1-1 count. The Mississippi native did strike out looking last time up, and that was in a rough situation because the Coast were trailing and had the tying run on base. But now ahead by 1 run. He deals. Villar's curveball lands ankle high for a 2-1 count. And the Coast were slumping to begin this game. Nothing through the first 3 innings, but a 3-run fourth, another run in the 5th, and a 3-run 6th have things back in Long Beach control against an Oakland team that the Coast have handled this season, winning 6 of the 9 games so far. First meeting here in Long Beach, though. The other 9 all the way up at Raimondi Park in Oakland. 2-1. Swing and a chopper towards third. O'Sullivan ranges to it. Crow hops to first on time. Jablonski leads off with a ground out to third. That sets up Anthony Mata, who's searching for his first hit of the ball game. 0 for 3. Mata walks in after disaster struck on the road when his 13-game hitting streak came to an end. The ballers gather around the mound, and Villar's day appears to be over. A righty coming in as Aaron Miles grabs the ball from his reliever. We'll update you on that change after a quick pause. It's 7-6 Coast, 1 away, bottom 7, nobody on, with Long Beach Baseball returning on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the 7th inning coming back at you from Blair Field. One away with the bases empty with a new pitcher in the game for the Ballers. 7-6, the Coast lead at home. Anthony Mata leading off on the right side against a fellow righty, making his Oakland debut. Connor Godwin, former Dodgers farmhand, cut by the single-A Ontario Tower Buzzers after spring training. First pitch, that misses up high for a 1-0 count to Mata. Godwin wheels in sidearm. Cut on March 27th of this season. Here he goes again. That misses high and away for a 2-0 count to Mata. Native to upstate New York, Godwin started the indie ball season in the Frontier League near his home. Next pitch misses low and outside to 3-0 count with the New York Boulders. That's where he was. It's a little more downstate than his hometown Elmira, which is probably closest to Syracuse as far as notable cities in upstate New York. 3-0. Fastball for a strike at the knees, but a little better than that. He played last season with the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes before they switched affiliation over to the Angels. 3-1. High and inside, and Anthony Mata barely has to do anything. All he has to do is stand there for the walk. This game has been a pendulum, Joey. While the lead has only changed once, with the Coast now leading 7-6, the momentum started all Ballers, scoring in the first inning. Long Beach held off the scoreboard until the fourth. That was when it was 5-0 Oakland, but 3 runs in the fourth, another in the fifth, another triplet in the sixth. Have Long Beach ahead. Johnny Pappas trying to further that. 1 out, 1 on. Out of the stretch, the right-handed catcher watches a fastball zip high and outside for a 1-0 count.
See what Smith did there, caught it outside of the zone and moved it about 5 inches to the left, very obviously.
Next pitch, Pappas watches a similar fastball low and away for a strike, but he challenges. The Coast are 0 for 1 on challenge tries. And now 0 for 2 as that is confirmed a strike. Both times Johnny Pappas initiating the challenge, once defensively as the catcher, now here at the plate. So Long Beach is out of contests. No more appeals for the Coast in this game after going 0 for 2 on the challenge try. Johnny Pappas today 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Next pitch, a slider in the dirt, and we just saw Connor Smith frame a pitch well. Well, he knows how to dive after one, too. Sliding off towards his right to keep that baseball in front of him. Anthony Mata on first base is a stolen base threat. We know that from watching him take some pretty gregarious leads this season, going 9 for 9 on swipe attempts. Conservative 2-step lead off of first. There he goes for second. Pitch called to strike. Throw to the bag. It beats him. He dives, and he's under the tag. Anthony Mata swimming his way into scoring position with his 10th steal of the season. 2-2 count for Pappas. 1 away, bottom of the 7th. Coast ahead by a run.
Yeah, really impressive throw there by Smith, but just dives under it, and it was on the money, too. That throw was on the money. It's just great work there by Mata. Great jump as well.
Nick Leahy, the second baseman, a little late on that tag. Out of the stretch, Pappas watches another slider in the left-handed batter's box, and it's a full count. Maybe that swipe will be a moot point.
Maybe not for him, because now he's in the double digits for stolen bases.
Personal accolades aside, in relation to the Pappas plate appearance, maybe not. Johnny's walked so far 14 times this season, once today. Godwin out of the stretch, and he flies that one helmet high. Back-to-back walks for the LBC. That brings up Patrick Roche. However, he'll have to wait a moment. Manager Aaron Miles takes a trip out to talk to his pitcher. He glanced towards the left field Steve Traxel bullpen. The door is open.
Can he do that? He's only faced 2 batters.
I don't believe he can. So he is just out there to chat with Godwin. You need to face 3 batters at minimum as a reliever, barring injury. So Godwin is left out there for the 9-hitter Patrick Roche. So far, Roche is 0 for 3 in this game, but on the season, he's batted in 22 RBIs, and he's coming off of a very productive back end to the week. 3 games out at Modesto, he batted .333, going 4 for 12. Godwin struggled in the Frontier League with an 1140 earned run average across 6 games, but they tried him out in a starting role for 3 of those. As a full-time reliever, here it is. Fastball at the knees for a strike. Organist Jeff Liffman blasting, shipping up to Boston for the Boston College product out of Milton, Massachusetts, Patrick Roche. Runners on first and second. 7-6 Long Beach, bottom of the 7th inning. Out of the stretch, he swings, tears this one high and deep to right field. Blythe waiting back on the warning track. Couple steps in front, he makes the catch. Mata tags from second and heads to third uncontested. Men on the corners, 2 away. Bottom of the 7th inning for the top of the order, and Eddie Pelk, who's 0 for 2 with a couple walks. Righty pitching to a lefty. Godwin can escape this jam if he retires Pelk. Waiting on deck is an unattractive sight for most pitchers in Emilio Corona because he can just absolutely pound the baseball. 11 home runs, leading the Coast roster. First pitch to Pelk, he leans back at a fastball by the belt buckle. 0-1 count. His 56 walks, Joey, we can't stop talking about it, leading the Pioneer League.
2 tonight.
Leans out over the plate. Right foot on his toes. Next pitch. Watches the heater inside. Same height on that baseball, but pushed off the plate towards the lefty box. Eddie Pelk celebrating his birthday today. Now 25 years old. Next pitch. There's a fastball off the knees. Called a ball, but challenged by catcher Connor Smith. We're waiting for the signal from public address announcer August McAdoo. That is confirmed a ball. And I believe this is the first time this season we've seen both teams go 0 for 2 on challenge tries.
First or second for sure, but, now we're back to old-fashioned baseball.
2-1 count for Pelk. Men on the corners. Sidearm pitch. He swings and fences that one off to the left side over into the parking lot in front of Duke Mejian Drive. Now you might have to check your windshield, Joey.
It's a shame we don't have a glass sponsor yet. I know the Oakland Ballers do.
Well, all the glass in the press box here, at least, is pulled up so we can see the ball game.
Yeah.
2-2. Pelk watches the breaking ball miss high and outside. Full count, 2 away, bottom 7, 1 run, Coast lead. It'll be off to the races for Johnny Pappas on first, but Anthony Mata hanging off of third. Pappas is forced and not being held. There he goes, the pitch, swing and a miss. Pelk swings over the 85-mile-per-hour bender. Moves us on to the 8th inning, still 7-6 Long Beach. Tightrope ball game. Oakland coming up with 6, 7, and 8. And Paul Winland, TJ McKenzie, and Brendan O'Sullivan when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. It's an early outing for Zach Volker as we take you back to Blair Field with a new arm on the game for the Coast ahead 7-6, starting off at the top of the 8th inning. Flame-throwing Zach Volker entering to face 6, 7, and 8. Former Coast member Paul Winland digging in on the left side, followed by TJ McKenzie and Brendan O'Sullivan. Volker sets up with his black glove perched at his front leg and sways into the windup. First pitch, a fastball just above the belt to Winland. Volker entering the game in his 20th appearance with a .338 earned run average to this point on the season. Settles in, digs again. The heater misses low and inside. It's a 2-0 count to Winland here. Paul Winland has looked right at home, and what up until a week and a half ago was his home ballpark. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI double. Volker kicks up high. Misses high and inside for a 3-0 count, trying out another fastball at 92 miles per hour there. Joey, last time out, Zach Volker came in for the 2-inning save. He's trying to do that again. Here he goes. That misses low and inside on the fastball, so it's a 4-pitch walk to the former teammate. Winland aboard now. Volker has walked a batter in each of his now last 6 appearances, including today. Went for not a 2-inning save, but across 2 frames, the 1 2/3 inning appearance against Yuba Sutter. Correction, 2-inning save against Yuba Sutter.
His 6th on the season at the time, tying the league lead, now 2nd in the league.
First pitch to the righty, TJ McKenzie. He checks the swing at the fastball underneath the hands. 0-1 count. First time that we're seeing McKenzie bat in this game. He replaced Cam Buford defensively. Volker settles in against the .257 hitter. Next pitch, swing and a miss, up high. McKenzie.
The former product of the Colorado Springs Sky Sox, who was traded to the Ballers at the end of the season on their playoff run.
He's been a victim of 24 strikeouts in this year as a Baller. Volker trying to add number 25 in that trend. McKenzie, like you said, bouncing from that traveling team in the Sky Sox last year to a very stable operation for the Ballers, who would go on to win the championship. Runner on first, nobody out. Top 8, 1-run Coast lead. The pitch, and McKenzie watches the slider low and outside. 1-2 count.
And McKenzie was an absolute menace for the Sky Sox, who admittedly weren't the best team in the Pioneer League last year, but he was a shining star on that roster.
He's in an open stance at the back of the righty box. The 1-2, a heater that misses high and outside. 2-2 count. Volker resets, glove at the belt. He nods, and here it is. Misses low and inside, and after issuing a 4-pitch walk to Paul Winland, he starts off McKenzie straight away with a couple strikes, but now has fallen back into that hole with a full count.
Well, he's just not getting him to chase, and that last pitch, breaking ball, did not sit front door. It just dropped down a little bit too far.
Here it is again. Bounced out to third. Roche has it. Leans over to second. Turn to first. Picked by Vest. Not in time. McKenzie shows off the wheels to leg out the fielder's choice. Pushing himself aboard there. This season, he has been a threat on the bases, going 10 for 12 on stolen base attempts. So he uses those legs to push himself aboard there, and the Coast will definitely have to watch out for him on a potential steal. Brendan O'Sullivan due up, but it looks like he will be replaced at the dish by Jake Allgaier, another second-year Pioneer Leaguer. Allgaier, a switch hitter moving in on the left side against the righty Volker. So O'Sullivan, who went 1 for 3, is asked to sit down. Allgaier is an infielder, so he can stay in the game defensively to replace him. In the Pioneer League, if you're replaced offensively, however, you can return. So we may see O'Sullivan in the back half of this frame. 1 away, runner on first, 1-run Coast lead, top of the 8th. Volker kicks high and misses on the fastball high and away. Volker settles in again. Flips his goatee home and winds in a curve for a strike. 1-1 count. Allgaier has been called upon in every game for Oakland this season. His first time not in the starting lineup. He's batting .328. Volker rears. Heater misses over the shoelaces, so it's a 2-1 count. Remember, Volker had that stretch in the first series where he was called upon on 3 straight days and recorded the save every single time. Now he's struggling a little bit here. It's 2-1. Misses again, low and away. Well, we're coming up on his 15th pitch here, and 4 of them have been in the strike zone. Out of the stretch. Swung on, tap to first. Vest has it, stumbling, throws to second for 1. The turn to first, covering Volker, but he's off the bag. Back-to-back fielder's choice decisions there. Cooper Vest floating that one to shortstop Anthony Mata. Everyone on the infield has gotten involved on these outs at second base. First was Patrick Roche at third, tossing to Jacob Jablonski, the second baseman. Now it's a flipped version of that. And there are 2 away in the top of the 8th, still with a 1-run Long Beach lead. That brings up Connor Smith. Last time he took the ball out of the yard. Doing so again would give Oakland the lead. First pitch to the righty. Slider misses high and away.
Not only that, I believe that was the 80th home run of the season for the Oakland Ballers. Just behind Billings in terms of home runs hit this season in the Pioneer League.
Volker trying to limit that more. Next pitch, bounce to third, off of Roche's mitt into left field. Official scores rule that one an error on Roche at third. So Smith starts out 3 for 3 and still scratches away aboard there to bring up the top of the order. Tying run in scoring position for Tremaine Cobb, who Long Beach has limited, but Oakland fans might call him due. 0 for 4, striking out last time up. Volker takes a heavy breath. Turns home. He attacks with a fastball low and inside for strike 1. Cobb signed with the Ballers in January of 2025, a second-year member of the Bees. Next pitch popped foul to the right side, now to play. And I shouldn't say that ball was popped because he hits it a far way and ended up leaving the bat at 83 miles per hour, which is definitely enough juice to do some damage for Oakland. But Zach Volker is 1 strike away from escaping this 8th inning without any damage. It started off with a walk, then back-to-back fielder's choice situations followed by an error that puts Smith aboard. Here he goes. And the slider bends outside at 82 miles per hour. Joey, that was a tempting pitch there.
Fantastic eye by Tremaine Cobb there. And what a fantastic pitch by Volker. That is a that is an 0-2 pitch if I've ever seen one from Volker. Good place to miss.
Cobb with his lime batting gloves at the bottom of his bat calls time. In college, he was best known for his defense more than his bat. At Troy in 2024, he ranked 2nd in the nation in runs saved at just about 15. Same spot for defensive WAR, 1.2 among shortstops. 1-2. Fastball misses high and outside. 2-2 count.
I think Troy was actually on the College World Series path.
It was a Cinderella story that ended up without the slipper fitting just right, but still, Troy made a splash in 2024. 2 away, runners on first and second, top of the 8th, 7-6 Coast and a 2-2 count. Zach Volker feels the moment and calls time. Wipes the sweat from his brow and asks for his catcher, Johnny Pappas, to come out to conference.
I think this is less of a decision of what he's going to attempt here on a 2-2 count and more of a calming down situation, knowing that the tying run is in scoring position, but if anybody can get out of this inning, it's Zach Volker.
High praise, Volker with an opportunity to make sure he lives up to it. Allgaier on second, Smith on first. 2 away, top 8, 1-run Long Beach advantage. Oakland at the plate. There goes Volker, and he misses low and away. It's a full count. With a full count to McKenzie, he attacked. Didn't force him to chase. Now with Cobb, he works with the tying run in scoring position. Volker rips on home, check swing, called strike 3. Cobb reaches up to challenge, but the ballers are out of appeals in this game. Volker strikes him out and keeps this game with a Long Beach hold. 7-6 your scores. We move on to the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-3-4 due up in Emilio Corona, Cooper Veston, Matthew Bardowell when we return with Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Bottom of the 8th inning on the way from Blair Field here on Tuesday night. Series opener with the Oakland Ballers. Long Beach leading 7-6. Emilio Corona leading off for the hometown crew. Still opposite the former Dodgers farmhand Connor Godwin. Righty-righty affair. First pitch to Corona. He checks his swing at a fastball high and inside, and first base umpire Ryan Blaberg decrees that he held up. So that is ball 1. Corona succeeded by Cooper Vest and Matthew Bardowell, and boy, have they been fearsome sights for Oakland today. Vest 2 for 3 with a triple, a double, a hit by pitch. Bardowell 2 for 4 with 4 RBIs, 2 of them by way of a laser beam home run to center. 1-0 to Corona. He swings and cracks that one to short, right at Tremaine Cobb. He shuffles to first. The throw is high, but luckily for him, Jeter Ibarra is a tall fellow out at first base. Standing up at 6'3". 1 out to begin the bottom of the 8th inning. That brings up Cooper Vest. While a cycle is unlikely given the point in the game, he started off his day accomplishing the two hardest feats like we talked about with the three-bagger and a double. Vest, however, still finds himself looking for that first home run at Blair Field. First pitch out of the stretch. He swings over the slider, low and inside. 0-1 count. Vest, author of 8 home runs this season, all of them out on the road. A few of them against Oakland, 3 of them against the Ballers. Next pitch, watches that slider again as that misses low and away. It's a 1-1 count. Godwin, who started the indie ball season in the Frontier League with the New York Boulders, closer to his home in upstate New York, deals again. This time the breaking ball lands for a strike. It's a 1-2 count to the lefty Vest. But we talked about his past with the Dodgers, playing last year in Single A with Rancho Cucamonga. This year, cut after spring training by the new team out in Ontario here in California, the Ontario Tower Buzzers. The 1-2. Vest swings and misses. Went after the curveball high and away and is sent back to the dugout. Now, I make a point of mentioning Ontario because they recently faced the Visalia Rawhide, the team with the first member of the coast ever to be signed by a major league club, Julian Hernandez, and he was lights out. 2 innings, 5 strikeouts.
And only 6 batters faced, too.
That's right. Perfect.
Unfortunately, he could not receive the win. His team was trailing and trailed throughout the rest of the game. It was a 5-3 loss to the Tower Buzzers.
That was last week. First pitch to the righty, Matthew Bardowell. And the 6'4 slugger watches that sweeper miss downstairs. 1-0 count. But we'll be updating you on the happenings for every Coast member who's picked up throughout the season. Julian Hernandez, the first one by the Diamondbacks. 1-0. Bardowell swings, and while that might have been a home run cut, it's strikeout contact, so it's a 1-1 count. Bardowell swinging an Auburn bat at the very back of the righty box. Godwin sidearms in. The fastball misses low and away. Thinking about what's to come in the top of the 9th inning, Zach Volker is set to face the 2-3-4 segment of this Oakland order. Isai Santos, Noah Blythe, and Jeter Ibarra. Volker last time out went for the 2-inning save, and with no action in the bullpen, could be doing that again. Next pitch to Bardowell, a fastball that misses high and outside. It's a 3-1 count. If Long Beach wins this game, well, that'll make it a 7-3 advantage on the season over Oakland. And the Coast are going to be one game closer to their 9th consecutive series win. Next pitch to Bardowell. He swings and misses. That makes it a full count.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not going to get any help on the other side of the coin. The Glacier Range Riders, massive win today, so they're not going to get any help from the Great Falls Voyagers.
In terms of clinching a playoff spot. 3-2 slider on the front door for strike 3. Godwin strikes down the Coast in order in the bottom of the 8th inning. So Zach Volker will have to continue walking that tightrope with a 1-run lead when we return with Coast Baseball in the 9th inning on the Home Team Network. Top of the ninth inning on the way in Long Beach, California, with the Coast leading the Ballers 7-6, and Zach Volker on the bump to attempt his second consecutive 2-inning save. The righty dealing to the 2-3-4 segment in the B's order, and Isai Santos, Noah Blythe, and Jeter Ibarra. Righty pitching to a lefty. Volker sets up, winds home the first pitch. Fastball misses high and inside to Santos, who struck it well today, 1 for 3 with a double in the 5th and a walk last time up in the 7th. Stands in a tall stance. Volker swivels home. Fastball for a strike on the outer half, 1-1 count. Crowd getting into it. Here's the 1-1 from Volker. He swings and paints that one foul to the left side. 1-2 count for the Berkeley, California native. Santos, a second-year baller. Zach Volker, third-year member of the Pioneer League. Glove at the belt. Sways and deals. Swung on, ripped to deep right field. Right at Matthew Bardowell, who chases in for the catch. One away in the top of the ninth inning. Nobody on. 7-6 Coast for Noah Blythe, who's been even better than Santos was. 1 hit for Santos. How about 2 for Blythe? 2 for 4. A single in the first, and last time up in that 7th inning. That's the last time the Ballers scratched across a tally. Righty-righty affair. Volker under an orange moon. Here he goes. Swinging a pop fly behind second. Shallow right field. Tracking back Jacob Jablonski. Called off by Bardowell in right. One hand up and he makes the catch. And the Ballers are down to their final out here in the series opener. This game started off with the man coming up to the plate, Jeter Ibarra, firing home the first run on an opposite field double. Oakland tacked on 4 more in the 4th inning, and then the Coast responded. 7 runs over the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames before Oakland chipped back to make it a 1-run deficit. Ibarra, 2 for 3 with an RBI double in that first inning. Volker wheels. Front door breaking ball that misses up high. The non-signal from home plate umpire and crew chief Brandon Hastings, eliciting some jeers. Here goes Volker again. Misses high and away on a similar breaking ball. 2-0 count. Volker's slider missing high and away. Base is empty, 2 away. 7-6 Long Beach, top of the 9th. Kicks high. Swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. Tracking back Eddie Pelk, feeling for the fence. He looks up, and that ball is gone. Jeter Ibarra down to the final out. Rips one the opposite way and ties it up at 7-7. So the Long Beach Bats will be forced to play again.
Down to the last out. Volker was looking great and just left a 94-mile-per-hour fastball, a little too flat for, of course, Jeter Ibarra.
First pitch to the next batter, Nick Lee. He grounds it to third. That hops just foul. That is 17 home runs for Jeter Ibarra. I believe leading the Pioneer League.
Yes, by a mile.
Well, we talked about it in our beach ball pregame report, which you can always catch 20 minutes before first pitch, that Oakland is a hitter's park. It inflates some of the stats for the batters, harms the statistics for the pitching staff. Oakland leading the league in home runs surrendered and home runs hit. But here in what's called a pitcher's yard, Blair Field, Oakland still hammering it. 2 home runs in the later innings. Volker takes a heavy breath, his 0-1. Leahy swings and misses over the slider. 0-2 count. Due up for Long Beach is Cuba Bess, Jacob Jablonski, and Anthony Mata. Bess and Jablonski among the best 3 hitters on the team as far as home runs, behind the team leader, Emilio Corona. Jablonski and Bess, I believe, both with 10. 0-2. Bounces the fastball. 1-2 count. Leahy 0 for 3 in this one. Striking out in the first, flying out in the fourth, grounding into a double play in the fifth. Jaden Kalura, pinch hit for him in the seventh, but in the Pioneer League can come back after replaced offensively. Next pitch, a swing and a miss. Volker strikes out his last batter, but not before the damage is done. Jeter Ibarra ensures that the Ballers at least won't take this one lying down. We move on to the bottom of the ninth inning in the series opener. 7-7 your score, with the Long Beach Coast searching for a walk-off on the Home Team Network. Crunch time in Long Beach. Bottom of the ninth inning, tied up at 7-7. The Coast trying to walk off the Oakland Ballers in the first game of this series. New pitcher in the game for Oakland, Matt Maloney, comes in after Jeter Ibarra, down to the final out, rescues the Bees with a home run to left field. Cuba Bess has hit his fair share of dingers this season. The left-handed bat bends in for Long Beach, having slugged a total of 10. Tied for second on the team. First pitch. Watches the curveball up above the belt for ball one. Underneath an orange waning gibbous moon, piercing a pitch black night. Bess trying to put the Ballers to sleep. 1-0. Breaking ball misses low and inside. It's a 2-0 count. We have seen 3 knockout rounds this season. In the Pioneer League, there are no extra innings. If you are tied after 9, you go to a home run derby called a knockout round, where round after round, 2 players face off to try and hit more home runs than the other in the span of 2 minutes or before they record 5 outs. 2-0. Bess lays the Auburn bat on his back shoulder, watching the curveball in the dirt for a 3-0 count. Long Beach is 1-2 in knockout rounds. They won for the first time a week ago at Yuba Sutter. Jacob Jablonski, who's waiting on deck, fired off the winning blows there. 3-0. Fastball inside and low, and the winning run is aboard for Long Beach and Cuba Bess. Out comes Troy Percival and most likely Jalen Edmonds to pinch run. And there goes number 4. Jalen Edmonds, designated the team's official pinch runner with his use this season, is aboard at first base. One thing to know about Jalen Edmonds, he can run and he's hard to stop. 4 times this season he's tried to steal. 4 times he's been successful. Jacob Jablonski trots up on the left side. Like Bess, tied for second on the team with 10 home runs. 3 of them in the last week. A switch hitter facing the righty. Corners pinched in. First pitch. A break ball in the dirt. Throw back to first. Edmonds dives back safely. Third baseman Brendan O'Sullivan, third baseman Jake Allgaier is on the infield grass. The middle infielders are back. The LEDs surrounding Blair Field canvassing a tight game. Throw over to first, and Edmonds is back in standing. In his last year at Arizona Christian University, Jalen Edmonds swiped 22 bases. That's 2025. 1-0. Jablonski watches the fastball untie his shoelaces for a 2-0 count. Matt Maloney is struggling early on in this outing in the bottom of the ninth inning. 6 pitches, all of them missing. Spent the last 2 seasons in the Frontier League with the same organization under 2 names, the New England Knockouts and Brockton Rocks. Now a baller. Here it is, swinging a pop fly foul, third base side, now to play. 2-1 count. Maloney from the area. Grew up half an hour down the road in Huntington Beach. Went to college at New Mexico State and finally ended up at UNLV. Throw over to first, and Edmonds once again hikes up his laundry bill, diving back in. Equipment manager, clubhouse manager Victor Martinez probably watching that fervently. 2-1 to Jablonski, swings underneath the fastball by his letters. It's a 2-2 count. Long Beach has won 8 consecutive series. They've won 6 of 3 games against these ballers this season. Series opener here today. There goes Edmonds, 2-2. He swings and paints that one over the backstop. Nobody out, runner on first, bottom of the ninth inning, tie ball game. Hot summer night in Long Beach, California. No wind. Again, the 2-2. There goes Edmonds again. Pitch misses inside. Throw to the bag behind Edmonds and into center field, but backed up by Nick Leahy, the second baseman. The winning run is in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the ninth inning. And a full count for Jacob Jablonski. Jalen Edmonds, 5 for 5 on swipes this season. If Long Beach wins this game, that puts them 1 away from their 9th straight series victory. The Coast, who spent all of last week on the road, a little further south of Oakland in Marysville against Yuba Sutter and then Modesto. Next pitch, Jablonski swings and saws another one over the backstop. Twice fending off a 2-strike pitch in this plate appearance. The Mississippi native leaning out over the plate. 3-2 again, he swings and once again fences it off. Jacob Jablonski moving on to the 10th pitch of this plate appearance here. Joey, we talked to him during our Beach Ball pregame report about the chip on his shoulder against Oakland, last year losing the Pioneer League Championship under manager Troy Percival when they were both in Idaho Falls. Now trying to rebound and move forward mid-season. 3-2 again. Sails high and outside. Jablonski, a runner that does not matter to Oakland at this point. If Jalen Edmonds scores, the game is over. There are no outs. Runners on first and second for Anthony Mata. Tied up, bottom of the ninth inning. And here comes the infield to chat with Maloney.
Mata's also going to have a chat with Troy Percival. Right now, with a force out at any square base, there is still a chance of something being sent on the ground. That's obviously worst case scenario. Anthony Mata has not gotten a hit tonight, but right now it's all about either keeping it out of the infield or doing what you can to move the runners along with nobody out.
Mata can swing the bat really well. He just ended a 13-game hitting streak over the weekend. But with Johnny Pappas on deck, already the sacrifice fly, do you try the sac bunt here?
With his speed, you never know, but do you want to risk it on a play like this? With 0 outs, I'd say possibly.
All of the infield is playing back except for Jake Allgaier at the hot corner, who's just at the back of the infield grass. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Throws the pitch. Squares to bunt. Lays down first base side. Curling along the chalk. Picked up by the pitcher Maloney. Mata dances back towards the plate, playing a game of cat and mouse. And finally he's tagged out. So the sacrifice bunt moves Edmonds to third, Jablonski to second. And Jacob Jablonski is applauding out at the Keystone base there. One away. Winning run 90 feet from home. If that fails, the second chance is right behind him for Johnny Pappas. The Coast have enjoyed one walk-off win in their history. It was a Matthew Bardowell RBI groundout back against the Modesto Roadsters 2 weeks ago Saturday. Now Johnny Pappas has a chance to do more of the same. Infield in, outfield in as well. First pitch, fastball by the shoulders. 1-0 count. Waiting on deck is Patrick Roche. He is 0 for 4. Pappas so far today 0 for 1 with that sacrifice fly in the fourth, working a couple full count walks after that. Here it is. Fastball misses high and outside. If Pappas boards in a way that might help the Ballers, a force at any base, a double play, could get you out of the inning. Next pitch. Fastball for a strike. Pappas batted .400 in that weekend setup against the Roadsters. Of course, that was a small sample size, going 2 for 5. Jalen Edmonds, a tight lead off of third. Next pitch, swinging a high drive. Left center field and deep. Tracking back, Buford in left. He waits by the warning track. He makes the catch. Here comes Edmonds from third. Relay to the infield. Doesn't matter. The Coast walk it off over the Ballers to open up the series. Johnny Pappas drowning underneath the shower out at first base. Oh, Johnny Pappas, don't forget the name. Oh, he can power one there with the sacrifice fly, his second of the ball game. Although he might need a trip to the laundromat like Jalen Edmonds because his jersey is now laying on the ground. Pappas mobbed by his teammates between first and second. Well, I have a feeling we'll be hearing from the mustachioed catcher later for that sac fly there, whether it's in tomorrow's Beach Ball pregame report, which you can catch 20 minutes before first pitch, or if it's on social media with our team reporter Nina Corral after the game. You won't want to miss any of that content. But we've also got to take a pause. Heading towards our Beach Ball post-game report, we'll talk about the good vibes and the walk-off win for the Long Beach Coast 8-7 over the Oakland Ballers. You're still listening to Coast Baseball on the Home Team Network. Well, it's been 24 days since a Long Beach Coast walk-off win. Matthew Bardowell had the final play there against the Modesto Roadsters back on June 6th. Rather, against the Red Pocket Mobiles on June 6th. Johnny Pappas gets it done tonight with a sacrifice fly that scores Jalen Edmonds. Let's break down that ninth inning. Cuba Bess boards on a walk. Jalen Edmonds replaces him on the bases, steals second, which probably facilitates the Jacob Jablonski walk. However, Jablonski did that all on his own. 10-pitch battle to put himself aboard there. Anthony Mata lays down an expert sacrifice bunt after that. You know, they say you can always tell when Greg Maddux had visited a house because the corners only would be painted. But Anthony Mata pushed that parallel to the chalk. Just as beautiful as watching a Hall of Fame pitcher dance around the corners of the zone. And Pappas, who already hit a sac fly in the fourth inning, just cracked into that baseball.
Yeah, he came into this game with 3 ribbies, 2 tonight, so now he's up to 5, almost doubling what he's done, and I believe he had one last week too. So Papas Fritas, Tony Plush 2.0, look at him go. He was so excited in his post-game interview with our sideline reporter Nina Corral, pumping up the crowd for Eddie Pelk's birthday, getting this big dub to start off this series, end off the month of June. The 20th win of the month of June is how we end things, and now just one win away from that number 30. This Coast team is just getting closer and closer. That magic number now at 6. And you're starting to feel the energy right now as we push our way into July.
Well, there's almost nothing as exciting in sports as a walk-off win in baseball. Sure, buzzer beater basketball, overtime winner hockey's up there. Come on. Walk-off win. Long Beach Coast send themselves into the Wednesday game with an 8-7 victory here on Tuesday night to open up the series against Oakland. 10 games against the Ballers already under their belts, 7 of them ending victorious. And now the Coast just need to win one of the next 2 games to secure their 10th series victory on the season, 9th in a row. Wouldn't be a bad way to take your last home games before Independence Day to free yourself up for a little more of a cushion headed towards the postseason. Joey, looking towards tomorrow, we're expecting to see Nick Bautista on the bump. He's 3-1 against another right-hander, Charlie Hurley, for Oakland. Bautista, like Jacob Jablonski we talked about, might be playing with a chip on his shoulder against the Ballers. He started the year in Oakland and was traded here to Long Beach for a player to be named later.
And, you know, he has faced off against his former team already, but now that you got that walk-off win pushing you into the middle game of what could potentially be the 9th straight series victory, they just need one more of these next 2. Not only that, the 10th series victory over the team, the only team that has that one series loss over the Long Beach Coast. He's got to bring that energy tomorrow, just like Johnny Pappas did in that post-game interview for the folks that stuck around for that exciting finish. You got to carry that into tomorrow. You got to carry that positive energy, and I think Nick Bautista will do a great job with just that.
I think so as well. And by the way, you mentioned that it's best for a team if they win 2 out of every 3 games. Well, the Oakland Ballers last year won 70 games. That's a little bit better. You have to win 66 to win 2 out of every 3 on the season. Well, the Long Beach Coast aren't far off, at least from the halfway point in the first half of the season. This was game number 37 on the year. That's now 29 wins for the Coast. If they end up winning 2 out of every 3 games the rest of the way, I believe they could challenge that Ballers record. We have to do some quick math, which is more math than I'm equipped for. But if you want to figure out the answer to the win total that the Coast might find themselves on pace for, well, how about you meet us again tomorrow at 6:15 for the Beach Ball pregame report. That does it for us tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in on the Home Team Network and on our brand new YouTube live stream apparatus. We are so thankful to have you. With Joey Miller and Nina Corral, I'm Jesse Cook, thanking you for listening and signing off.